Have you ever felt a chill down your spine when you were home alone, like someone was watching you? Just wait until you hear about the time I woke up to the sound of whispering right next to my bed. These are the scariest true stories from people who were alone. But first, hit that like button if you've ever felt a shiver down your spine when you were home alone. And in the comments, tell me about your scariest experience. I'm dying to hear. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon so you don't miss out on 4-hour-long videos of scary stories every week. I don't stay home alone anymore. I've never been much of a believer in the supernatural before. I don't have nerves of steel. Sudden loud noises make me flinch just as much as the average person, and I won't lie and say there aren't nights where I sleep in my parents' room and leave the nightlight on after a particularly disturbing horror film. But I've never actively bought any outlandish stories people tell me about ghosts or demons, nor am I an overtly religious person that goes to mass every Sunday. But unlike me, my family has always been superstitious. Maybe it's because when I was younger, our whole extended family lived with my maternal grandmother, who had migrated from the province to the big city and carried all their weird beliefs with her to teach to her children. We were, and still are, a pretty tight-knit family, and we adored, respected, and followed our elders to a T. There's a lot to be critiqued about that, I know, but that's just how the way things are in our culture. And sure, there will always be some things that would cause tension because of the generational gap and progressive ideals, but isn't that true for every family? Okay, I'm straying away from the point. All I'm saying is my family, and I mean almost every single member is superstitious because of that. It always felt a little silly hearing stuff around the house like, did you stop by somewhere else before going home? After someone comes home from a wake, or so a man is going to visit you, when someone knocks a fork off the table during dinner. But it made them feel at ease, and honestly, most of them weren't even that big of an inconvenience, so I did them anyway. After this incident, I feel as if that skepticism was hurled out the window. To set the scene, my family moved out of my grandmother's house a few years ago, and now lives in a 1-floor, 2-bedroom apartment in my father's childhood neighborhood. We're not exactly well off, so the only unit we could afford had our living room, kitchen, and dining room table pretty much combined into one space. The hybrid room connects to a hallway that diverts off to the 2 cramped bedrooms, one that my 2 little brothers and I share, and one that my parents share, and leads to the tiny bathroom right at the back of the house. It's a quaint little place. I've never been one for extravagance, and we all agreed that maybe a bigger house would have been much lonelier after moving out from a place where 15 people lived together for the first time. One of the better parts of the bargain we got, however, was our very own parking garage. It was nothing fancy, just a vacant space in front of our door with a metal gate to keep people out. It's an extra space to move around, and because my family can't afford a car, we just use it to sun dry our laundry and exercise, making the tiny space of the house feel a little freer. My family knew the landlord. Apparently, she and my father had used to be playmates when they were little, so she'd asked for a favor from us in exchange for lowering our rent. There's been a couple of theft incidents in the neighborhood, and since we were the apartment nearest the street corner, she wanted to place a surveillance camera in our garage to see if any people were coming and leaving the street. All we had to do is house a single monitor smack dab in the middle of our living room and never turn it off. There didn't seem like any downsides to it, and it's an extra security measure for us, which my father is always a fan of. He's a little paranoid if it's not obvious. At the time, I was a college student swamped with working on my final thesis to graduate. As much as I wanted to go out with them and have a couple of hours of relaxation, time was not in my favor. I'd promised to make it up to them after I graduate, and they'd reluctantly agreed, albeit unhappily. Even if I'm technically already an adult, they're always worried about leaving me alone at home, just in case an emergency happens. Like I said, paranoid. My parents gave me the usual spiel: lock the door, close the windows, and draw the blinds. If you're going to have some food delivered, if you're too lazy to cook, pay online and let the driver leave it at the gate. Don't open the gate for anyone who comes calling, even if it's them, since they always take 2 spare keys with them. Having heard this a million times before, I'd rolled my eyes and agreed. When they'd set off around dusk, I settled into the grueling task of making revisions my thesis advisor had noted, which were, unfortunately, a fuck ton of them. I crossed my feet on the couch, hunched over, and began typing. I lost myself in my work. I didn't realize how long I'd been working on it until my eyes strayed toward the digital clock of my laptop, and I realized 2 hours had passed. My back ached and my stomach was rumbling, but I didn't feel like cooking or placing an order for delivery yet, especially since I was almost done editing the 3rd chapter. A knock sounded. "Puede po ba akong pumasok?" A voice asked out of the blue, sounding right outside the front door. It's in my native language, which means, "May I come inside?" in English. My head was still swimming from all the revisions I'd been doing, my eyesight a little hazy from staring at a laptop screen for so long that I didn't immediately register that something was wrong. I opened my mouth to respond when my brain finally caught up with the situation, and I froze. "Hello po, puede po batha akong pumasok?" they said again, with another couple of knocks. The voice was a young woman's, soft and sweet, asking politely if she could come into the house. It sounded so amicable and kind, and that's probably why I didn't notice the puzzle pieces adding up. My eyes flew to the surveillance footage blaring on the monitor. My blood chilled. Our gate was still closed, still wrapped with a metal chain and sealed with the fancy steel lock my dad made a point to buy despite our limited budget, saying its security was worth the price tag. And the place where the voice was coming from was empty. No one, at least not anyone the camera could see, was standing outside our door. The knocking grew louder. "Puede po ba akong pumasok?" Dimly, I recalled that one little quirk my grandmother always had, right before she entered a room, especially a house. She would knock on wood and go, "Tau po," before she said anything else. The phrase translates roughly in English as, "I'm a human." I've always thought of it as stupid. Even as a child, I always reasoned that obviously you're a human, so there's no need to announce it. But people, every single time they visited, would, for some reason, say that exact phrase with a questioning look on their faces before they entered the building. When I asked about it, my grandmother had plopped me in her lap and explained that way back in the old days, before there were all these devices to keep people safe and secure. All our ancient ancestors had were doors to keep them safe from predators. The barrier would keep them safe from anything that wasn't human, like wild animals. But sometimes they would still hear knocking and scratching from the outside, and they could never be too sure if it was because a neighbor had come knocking, or if it was a feral animal making it and attack them if it was ever opened. The greeting became a reassurance. My grandmother had said that whoever was outside would not harm them. "Puede po ba akong pumasok?" the voice said again, in that high, sickly sweet tone that made me tremble. I didn't realize how often people used that greeting until it was suspiciously, glaringly missing. It felt absolutely wrong. My stomach sunk to my feet. The knocks that came after that were loud, harsh, and demanding. "Puede po ba akong pumasok?" The voice became harder. The words were still polite, but I could hear it was getting agitated, angrier, and there was still no one standing outside the front door. Cold sweat ran down my back. I was shaking, and I could feel the sting of tears making their way out of my eyes. My chest was tight, and my throat was closing, but I clamped my hand on the top of my mouth and forced myself not to make a sound. I curled into a ball on the couch, eyes peeled on that fucking footage. From the corner of my eye, I think I see shadows of something moving from the shut curtains, but still, nothing on that footage. I don't know what I was thinking at the time, that maybe if I didn't answer, didn't confirm that there was a person on the other side of the door inside the house, it would give up and leave. I don't know. I'm not sure why I thought that would work, but fear held me in place with a vice-like grip, and I just watched. Bang, bang, bang. The knocks weren't just knocks anymore. It sounded as though someone was pounding both their fists against the door. I could hear the wood rattle, the door fighting against the hinges. I could hear the metal creak and my stomach churned violently, but I couldn't move, couldn't make myself bolt to the bedroom or bathroom to hide. I felt as though any movement I made would make it angrier, even though logically it couldn't possibly see me. But logic had been thrown out the fucking window the moment the knocking started. "Puede po ba akong pumasok?" the voice screamed, a terrifying high-pitched screech that burned into my eardrums. I've never been a religious person, but in that moment, I prayed. I prayed that if God existed, to please not let me die in my own fucking house before I even graduate college. I prayed that my parents would miraculously come home and save me. I prayed that they didn't and that they wouldn't get hurt by the thing trying to force its way inside. I kept praying and praying and praying until I didn't know what the hell I was praying for. Then suddenly, it stopped. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I waited, frozen, helpless. For a few glorious seconds, I thought it was over. Bang, bang, bang. The door shuddered, and I could hear the wood of the door splinter. It was going to get in. It was going to get in. I forced my body to move. I bolted for the bedroom, slammed it shut, locked it, and heaped on whatever heavy thing I could find against it before scrambling to the very back of the room. Silence. The knocking on the front door stopped, and then it happened. A soft tapping behind the curtain on the bedroom window. No voice followed, but I was sure it was knocking. A deliberate pattern, knuckles against glass. Tap, tap, tap. Quiet, but insistent. I don't know why, but I had no doubt about it. This was the same thing that was knocking on the front door. Tap, tap, tap. I buried myself under my blankets and covered my ears, begging for it to stop. It didn't. Tap, tap, tap. I didn't know how long I was under there, listening to that knocking that never seemed to end. But my parents found me in my room a few hours later, crying my eyes out. I don't remember the details of what happened afterward, really. I don't know how long it took for them to calm me down, only that it took a while. I don't know if I even managed to tell them what happened properly, but in whatever version they managed to understand. They looked deeply disturbed, and they didn't even question it, which I'll forever be thankful for. They let me and my little brothers sleep in their room for the rest of the month. I started taking medicine to help me drift off because of how anxious I'd gotten since then. And I've never stayed home alone since. I don't think I'll ever be able to again, honestly. But there's one more thing that I'll never forget. What they'd told me afterward still makes a chill seep its way into my bones. It makes my throat close up whenever I think about it. Right before they'd found me sobbing hysterically, my parents were pissed, ready to chew me out for being so reckless. Because when they tried to put their key in the doorknob, they didn't hear its telltale click. I'd accidentally left the front door unlocked. I walked home alone last night and narrowly made it out alive. Before I get the kind of lecture I'd expect from my father, I know that it's a risky move to walk home alone at night. I know, especially as a young woman, that it's unsafe, that anything could happen. Okay? I know. That being said, I come from a remarkably safe area, the kind of place where people don't shoot up in bed worried because they can't remember if they locked their doors. I've stumbled home drunk more than a few times myself, only to discover my keys long forgotten in the lock outside the next morning. Nobody really worried because nothing bad really happened here, not until a few months ago. Up until now, it wasn't actually considered that dangerous to walk alone after dark here. I did it pretty often myself. I don't have a car, and the public transportation system here is basically non-existent. I'm saving up to finally get myself a vehicle, but it's a bit of a vicious cycle. I can't afford a car, and the relative safety it would afford me. So to get one, I have to work, and I'm a bartender, so that means working late shifts. There's been a recent spate of killings in my town, the first of its kind, really. We've seen a startling number of victims who've all met their end at the hands of a frenzied knife attacker over the past few months, and the murders are all brutal beyond belief. The victims are stabbed to the point of death, and then some, past the point of recognition. Complete overkill. First, it was one murder every so often, but now sometimes multiple victims are found after a single night. All of these people were simply going about their business as usual, walking home after dark from work or a friend's place or the store. Many of them died just yards from the safety and comfort of their homes, some mere steps away from their front doors. We've been forced to confront the fact that we almost certainly have a serial killer on our hands. With all of this weighing heavy on my mind, I guess you'll all understand why I was terrified to find myself out on the street hours past nightfall and out of options. Surprisingly, I wasn't leaving a shift last night that I can plan for, and I actually have started carpooling with my coworkers over the past couple weeks after realizing I was either out or working a startling amount of the nights when the killer added another victim to his count. I figured I needed to take these extra measures to ensure my safety. I was actually leaving my ex-boyfriend's house late last night after we got into a huge fight. It started with the same old stuff. He's incredibly jealous, aggressively possessive. Despite my being faithful for the several years we've been together, he's never learned to trust me. He's always going on and on about my phone, insisting that if I don't respond to him, then I must be cheating. He was drunk, belligerent, and he wouldn't let it go last night. He pointed out several recent windows of time when I should have texted back, failing to realize that because these instances were in the middle of the night, I was either working or sleeping like any other normal person. The fight started at around 2 a.m. and ended over an hour later. He seriously broke my phone, then kicked me out with no way to call for help. I had no cash on hand and no way to call a cab anyway. The buses had stopped running for the night, and the walk to the nearest bus stop probably would have been longer than the walk back home. I was drunk and alone and scared and helpless. I briefly considered knocking on a neighbor's door, but stopped myself. I didn't want to make a fuss. I could just walk home on my own. It wasn't a big deal. It'd only take me about 15 minutes. After all, I'd done it plenty of times before. With a renewed or feigned, more likely sense of courage, I plodded down the steps outside my ex's house and onto the sidewalk. I tried desperately not to think of the serial attacker, but it was no use. I couldn't silence my thoughts about what scared me most about the maniac, his preferred victims. It was his lack of preference that worried me most, actually. It sounds horrible to say, but in that moment, I couldn't deny the thought. If he only went for a certain kind of victim, like petite blonde girls, I'd have felt safer. As I continued my walk, I thought back on all of his victims, realizing that there was no common thread that could stitch his choice of victims together. There was no neat box that I could categorize them in all in the name of making myself feel safer. Even more horrifying still, several men had fallen victim to the killer. Big men that sure as hell put up a fight, yet stood no chance against such vicious knife attacks. Chillingly, such a variety in victims communicated one thing to me. And as I turned down the next street, about halfway through my walk, then the message was suddenly loud and fucking clear. His motives to kill didn't come from the normal things I'd expect. He didn't hate his mom. He wasn't angry at his first girlfriend for leaving him. He wasn't killing a specific type of victim to live out his fantasies of vengeance against those he'd felt had wronged him. He killed for one reason and one reason alone. He loved to do it. With this realization, I found myself walking at a brisk pace, much quicker than usual. Before the onslaught of brutal killings, I used to enjoy my walks home, used to savor the quiet of the town after dark. It used to feel like the world belonged to me, like everything had slowed down for my enjoyment alone, like I was the only person left on the planet. Last night, it was different. A slight difference, but one that made a monumental impact. In my mind, I wasn't the only person anymore. Instead, it was just me and the knife-wielding fiend, hell-bent on my destruction, just the hunter and its prey. I tried to silence these thoughts, tried in vain to reassure myself that we hadn't seen an attack in a little over 2 weeks. For a few moments, these internal reassurances actually worked. Perhaps it was the buzz I still had going. I felt myself start to calm, though I remained vigilant. I had to be. My senses were on high alert so that I wouldn't get caught off guard. It was probably because of this heightened vigilance that I heard the sound from behind me, the first sign to prove that I was as far from alone as I feared. Before I'd even registered the disturbance, my head whipped around instinctively to look back over my shoulder. It was hard to see at first, but once I saw a quiver of movement in the distance, my stomach bottomed out and hit the ground. There was a man behind me, dressed head to toe in black. He was walking quite quickly himself, with purpose, and I wasn't about to stick around and find out what exactly his purpose was. I felt frozen in place for a moment, but once my body caught up with me, we were on our way further down the street. I was only a couple blocks away from my house at that point, and my feet carried me as fast as they could, but my shoes were uncomfortable and I found it hard to move. I could still hear him shuffling along behind me, his footfalls coming at a disturbingly fast pace. From the sounds alone, I figured I'd hardly expanded the gap between us. He was in quick pursuit. I wagered a second glance over my shoulder. Big mistake. Like some true horror movie shit, I toppled over. Reflexively, I threw my hands out in front of me so that my palms made harsh contact with the paved sidewalk. I knew I had to get up though, because his steps were growing much louder. I began to panic as I realized that this not only because he was closer to me, but because he'd started to run fast. Adrenaline surged through me, urging me to scramble to my feet and get home, or at least to get help. I don't think I was even in control of my body anymore. I'd relinquished all operating power to my most basic primal self, commanded only by the will to survive. I figure this must be true, that I must have set all cognitive processes aside in favor of escape and survival. Because I startled awake this morning, at home. I woke up in bed, naked, hungover, with a foul taste in my mouth that took a few times brushing my teeth to get rid of. I'm a little worn out, but I'm safe. I don't look much like I was in a fight for my life, just some scrapes and bruises here and there. My fingernails are surprisingly dirty, with some substance caked underneath them, probably dirt from when I fell. It's hard to say exactly what happened though. The adrenaline rush that came over me was so powerful that I have only a hazy recollection of the entire night. That, of course, in conjunction with the alcohol. My survival instincts must have carried me those last few minutes until I burst through my door. It was a close call, for sure, but even closer when I opened my laptop to a news alert. Apparently a morning jogger found a man's body, another victim of the killer. There are few details available now, but he was found in the same street I'd been pursued on last night, likely to have been killed near the same time I'd escaped. One of the detectives on the case reported that he expected an identification to be difficult, seeing as the victim had been nearly ripped to shreds. Like I said, I don't exactly remember what happened last night, but I'm comforted by the fact that I was so close to death, but that I made it home safe. I'm exhausted, and I certainly look a little rough, but I'm okay. And that's something to be grateful for, don't you think? I thought I was home alone last night. My mom was on her routine night shift at the hospital, and I knew I wouldn't see her till the next morning, probably in a deep sleep on her bed, likely still in her uniform. I always made her breakfast before I would leave for school in the morning so she could wake up to a nice meal. I use the word nice loosely. It's the best I could do, considering I'm 16 and failed my home economics class last year. But my mom never minded the toast, scrambled eggs, and turkey bacon platter left on her nightstand. We had said our goodbyes around 10:15, and I got myself comfortable on the couch with my dog to watch some TV. I turned the lights off over us to set the scene and make it feel more immersive. I had got through one Dateline episode when I decided that I could enjoy the experience a little more if I grabbed my bong. So I went upstairs and down the long, narrow hallway that led to my wing of the house. I was the only occupied room on this side of the house. The other rooms were my dad's old office and the guest room, though that room hasn't had a guest in it for years. Ever since my dad's passing, my mom and I haven't even wanted to host other people here. Instead, it hosts the overload of clutter I find at the end of every school year. Clothes that I no longer want and plan on selling or donating. Paintings I worked months on but never hang up. And other miscellaneous items that aren't used but can't seem to be let go of either. I opened my bedroom door and grabbed the piece off my nightstand. It was almost a sculpture, rather than a cheesy bong you might imagine when thinking of a stoner. It was about 16 inches tall and made completely out of this blue, hand-blown glass that resembled the color the ocean looks after a series of rough waves. The glass swirled in an upward motion towards the mouthpiece that made it look like it was water, frozen in time. My favorite feature of this prized possession is its ability to glow in the dark. After letting it sit in the sun for a bit, flecks in the glass would glow a bright green at night. I walked back down the hallway with it, then back down the stairs until I was sitting down on the couch next to my dog, Pepe. He was sound asleep as I started to grind up the green, sticky plant matter, which was genuinely what the name was, plant matter. It was this new strain I had just bought from my regular plug from the next town over. He had told me he just recently got a limited supply of this stuff and asked me if I could be one of his test subjects to see if he should buy more. Without hesitation, I agreed. Discounted weed to just give my feedback? I'd be a fool not to take that offer, so I did. Holding it in my hand, I saw a multitude of colors that reflected off its crystals. It's common to see colors like purple and orange, but this stuff had shades of red, blue, and pink. Odd, I thought, but I was taken over by more intrigue than suspicion, so I continued to put some in the bowl and pack it down with my lighter. After the first inhale, I got the taste of ordinary weed, but soon followed by a slight trace of citrus. It was pleasant. I was paying extra attention to the experience so I could give a good, detailed report back to the plug like he had asked. About 15 minutes went by. Dateline was still playing, and this specific episode seemed to be extra interesting to me in my new hazy state. The cushions beneath me started to almost mold to my body. I felt as though I was sinking, yet weighed as light as a feather at the same time. My eyes started to get dry, and trying to keep them open became a task more so than a natural ability at this point. As I slowly started to move my eyes behind my lids, I realized that I had fallen asleep. It must have been for quite a while because I felt so sluggish, like it used all the strength within me just to be able to fully open my eyes. The lights above the living room were still off, like I had left them, but all others on the downstairs floor were too, something I had not done. It was now pitch black everywhere except for the surrounding area where the light emitting from the TV could reach, which was not very far. The second thing I noticed was what sent a cold chill running through my body and caused my heart to stop momentarily. I was paralyzed. I was physically unable to move any part of my body other than my eyes, tips of fingers, and toes. I was only able to produce slight twitches, but it took so much strength out of me to do so. So there I was, almost completely paralyzed, unable to move or scream for help, while the TV continued the program like I was still an attentive, consenting viewer. Pepe was still soundly asleep beside me, blissfully unaware of the living hell I was experiencing just inches away from his sleeping little head. I tried reaching for him. Maybe he would wake up and sense my distress, and then what? I thought to myself. What the hell could happen next that would possibly help me in this situation? The answer was nothing. I felt as though Keith Morrison was now mocking me, and the couch cushion below that once felt made for me was now stiff and cold, as if every fiber in the fabric was rejecting contact to my body. I reasonably started to panic, not because the realization of my situation was settling in, but because I heard a creak from upstairs. I knew this house like the back of my hand. It's the only house I have ever lived in, so I knew that each floorboard had its own distinct creak, and this one I recognized as the top of the stairs. Someone was in my home, and they were standing at the top of the staircase that led down directly to the room I was in. Each crack that followed the last made my eyes water. The fear I felt distorted each sound to resemble what I might imagine a rib being snapped in half would make. Hearing the footsteps slowly descend the stairs made my stomach turn and my body want to writhe in pain from the inside out. Staring at the one visible stare from my position on the couch made me want to retreat backwards and find security in the couch. I did not want to see the intruder, the person who would be able to have their way with me in such a vulnerable state, but I could not rip my eyes from the stare. I knew danger was coming, but I just couldn't look away. If someone was going to do whatever evil they intended, I was going to see it approaching, whether or not I truly wanted to. Seconds felt like minutes. My heart raced so fast that each beat felt to moments apart. I was dripping in sweat, even though my body couldn't move. The sound from the TV gradually faded away and was replaced with a long, piercing ringing in its place. The creaks that belonged to the stairs near me echoed as the unidentified subject's weight pressed down on them. Through the dim lighting, I made out what seemed to be a shadowed hand gripping the side of the wall that obstructed my view of the stairs and the person on them. What broke the moment of silence was the faint, muffled scream coming from the back of my throat. It was the only amount of sound I could muster up in my frozen state. I was a deer in headlights, the perfect victim for any predator. It was hard to say whether I was still paralyzed or if it was the sheer terror I felt in that moment that was responsible for my immobilization. The hand methodically lifted its fingers and slowly tapped each one of them back down, creating a sickening drumming sound. Once, then twice, then 3 times, the lone hand strummed before the rest of the body became slightly illuminated when it moved to the last and final stair. As its entire form was revealed, my wide eyes trailed up to it about 8 feet in the air. It was gigantic. Its arms were as long as its height, and the creature's face had a mouth that stretched from side to side. It wore a gut-wrenching expression that could only be described as a smile due to the fact that it had no teeth. Just a huge mouth stretched agape with bleeding gums that dripped down to my wood floors. To me, it was an indication that this was not a figment of imagination, but a real, dangerous threat, and I needed to step into action immediately. The thing let me soak in its disgusting appearance fully, so that its next performance was all the more terrifying. It produced a series of guttural, horrid sounds that could only be described as its laugh. It witnessed me using every ounce of energy I had in my body to just cry out or move, finding amusement in my distress. All I could do was cry silently. My eyes streamed with tears while I stared unblinking at the creature that slowly approached me like a lion would their wounded prey. It was just feet away now. Its long arms dangled behind its moving legs, dragging along the floor, still drumming its fingers to that nightmarish beat. The creature moved at a slow pace, taking advantage of my paralysis. It knew that dragging out this hellish scene would make the kill all the more satisfying for its demented desire. At this short distance, I was able to see its face fully illuminated now, and it was awful. Still smiling with its red gums, its small eyes were as wide as its anatomy allowed, and their gaze never left mine. It had a nose, but it was just 2 holes that looked like they were hand-poked by whoever created this god-awful being. And it was almost as if it were human, but the devil seemed to have poisoned this one. It was now close enough to smell my fear and see the glint of hope for survival fading in my eyes. I had to do something. Anything that would make me feel like I at least tried to fight for my life. That's when I saw it in the corner of my eye, this faint green glow just inches away from my frozen hand, my bong. Amongst all the chaos, I forgot about it, but something within me screamed at me, try to move again. So I did. I focused all of my energy toward moving my hand to grabbing my newly chosen weapon, and by luck, only created by a miracle, it worked. I was able to grab it, and within moments, I had swung the thick glass over the creature's head. Again and again and again. Its blood wasn't red like the color dripping from its toothless smile. Instead, it was dark black. The tar-like goo was everywhere. I felt it hit my face, go into my mouth. I saw it cover the couch, floors, and walls. The scene was brutal. The once terrifying creature was now smashed and bent in a multitude of ways, now left somewhere between the state of solid and liquid. Its face was no longer distinguishable from the other battered parts of its body, and I smiled. I smiled now that that thing no longer had his. I stood over its body with a mix of shock, adrenaline, and morbid joy that I had almost laughed if it were not for my intense panting. I could not stop breathing, gasping for air as a rush of blood flowed to my brain. I awoke to the comforting feeling of bed sheets and a pillow under my head. The relief that this was all a dream showered over my body as I slowly opened my eyes and went to stretch my limbs. But I couldn't. My arms were prevented from moving further than at my hips. The sound of metal hitting against itself brought my attention to the handcuffs around my wrists that were connected to the bed's rails. Then, the slow and continuous beeping that was once hidden in the background got drawn forward as I began to scan my surroundings. I was in a hospital room, still covered in that sticky, metallic-smelling substance, though it was not a deep black like I previously witnessed, but crimson red. The unfamiliar voice of a man brought me to the present and out of the fog. "Miss," the officer started in a low and careful tone, "do you remember anything from last night?" The question made my face turn in an almost offended expression after a second of recollection. Of course I did. I don't think I will ever be able to scratch that disgusting smile out of my memory. The immense fear I felt can still be there if I just close my eyes. Yes, it was the first time I heard my own voice in hours. There was this thing. The officer gave an unamused look to his colleague as he let out a deep breath and laid a stack of images on my lap. My mother laid violently killed on our living room floor. If it weren't for her nursing uniform, I wouldn't have been able to tell that it was even human due to the unnatural state of anatomy she was left in. Before I was able to even process what the officers were insinuating, I screamed. I screamed so loud that I felt my dry vocal cords rubbing against each other and let out a flood of tears that assisted the sobs of confusion, sadness, and anger. Out of my harsh cries, I recognized a hauntingly familiar sound. I looked up to see the officer drumming his fingers on his notepad and watched as his mouth started to stretch into that distinct, disgusting, and unforgettable toothless smile. When I was young, I had a home alone night, but mine wasn't funny. When I was a kid, well, a young teenager, I frequently spent my Saturday nights babysitting my siblings. As the eldest of three, I assumed this responsibility with no pay or thanks to speak of. It was simply expected of me, one of my contributions to the family. I babysat so frequently because, well, my parents needed it. They'd had marriage problems in the past, and their counselor told them they should go on a weekly date. You know, revive the magic, rekindle the flame, all that good stuff. Yeah, it sucked to be robbed of a weekend evening, but it wasn't much of a burden. My parents were happier than they'd been in ages, and they both seemed genuinely excited for date night each week. I would have rather been doing other things, of course, but I'd seen my aunt and uncle go through a nasty divorce a few years back, and I desperately wanted my parents to stick together. So it was that on the night of December 3rd in the year 2006, I stood at the open front door of my secluded Colorado home, waving goodbye as my parents backed out of the icy driveway. "Drive safe," I called out, steam pouring from my mouth. I don't know if they heard me or not. Wrapping my arms around my torso in response to the wintry mountain air, I entertained myself for a few brief moments by exhaling forcefully and watching my breath float away into nothing. And there was truly nothing around me, not a car or a creature in sight. It wasn't long before I grew bored and turned back into the warm house, nose tingling from the chill. Georgie and Kate were eating their dinner at the kitchen table. As I watched them, I couldn't help feeling like an only child. Georgie, 3 years my junior, was severely autistic and not talkative. He only spoke when he really wanted something, and only then in the simplest of words. Milk and sandwich was code for peanut butter and jelly with the crust cut off, which he was presently devouring. Kate, meanwhile, was still a baby, just shy of 2. The 9-year gap between them is glaring, but to this day, my parents swear to me Kate wasn't an accident. Kind of like back in high school, when I swore to them I had no idea how those magazines got under my mattress. But I digress. The kids finished dinner, and I set them up with their entertainment for the night. Georgie in his room with the PlayStation 2, which was a hot commodity in those days, and Kate in her crib in front of Sesame Street. Myself, I ignited the basement fireplace, dimmed the overheads, and curled up with a book by the light of our Christmas tree. God, that was a nice house. Not a day goes by that I don't miss it. I read in perfect contentment for nearly an hour. Night had fallen by then, and the room had become toasty. I was beginning to doze off when I heard Georgie's heavy footfalls descending the staircase. I sat upright and looked at him expectantly as he waddled into the room. "No more knocking," he said, brow furrowed in annoyance. I shook my head. "I'm not knocking," I said. "Is someone at the door?" Georgie just stared at me blankly. "Georgie," I said, more clearly this time. "Did someone knock on the door?" "No more knocking," he repeated. "Knocking on window?" "Knocking on window?" I stood up, now wide awake. "Georgie, is someone knocking on your window?" "No more," he replied simply. I stood in silence for a moment, unsure of what to do. It was probably just one of my friends playing a prank, I thought. But being alone in a house that big makes you a little jumpy. My mind started to race through the situation. I was a 13-year-old boy in a nice house on the hilly outskirts of a Colorado mountain town. The streets were engulfed in trees, and there were no homes within a quarter-mile of my own. Our road saw next to no traffic, and the police station was a good 15 minutes away. It was probably my friends, I thought, but what if it wasn't? "Follow me," I told Georgie. Hand trembling slightly, I turned the knob and glanced up the staircase. It was dark up there. The only light came from Kate's room. Kate. I sprinted up the stairs to her room, where she remained happily perched in her crib, squawking with delight as Elmo fiddled with his crayons. I breathed a sigh of relief, but still my heart thumped in my chest. "This is silly," I told myself. "Be a man." I made my way down the hall to Georgie's room and stood tentatively at its door. Taking a deep breath, I gently pushed the door ajar, reaching for the light switch and thinking better of it. If this was the worst case scenario, then I didn't want our mystery intruder to know where in the house I was. The only light in the room came from Star Wars Battlefront's "Game Paused" screen. I listened for a moment, but heard nothing. I began to suspect that Georgie had simply imagined the knocking. Somewhat exasperatedly, I moved to the window and flicked up a blind to reveal nothing, just a landscape of freshly fallen snow, backed by a quiet, lonely road. I watched the peaceful night, relieved, as the large flakes fell softly to the ground, my eyes trailing an individual fractal all the way to the footprints just beneath the window's frame. At first, I did not comprehend them. I just stared, transfixed, at the deep imprints in the snow. Shoes. A man's shoes. None of my friends wore the size. Of that I felt sure. I traced them backwards from the window to the sidewalk, from whence this intruder had evidently come. But where did they lead? It was a bright night. The moon shone proudly between the clouds. My eyes followed the steps across the front yard, but once they passed behind the giant pine, they disappeared. My heart leapt to my throat. Whoever had walked behind that tree was still there. In panic, I quickly backed away from the window. Georgie, sensing my fear, began to whimper. "No, no, no, shh," I muttered, desperate to keep him quiet. I flicked the television off and led Georgie out of the room. I quickly pulled Kate from her crib, powered her TV down as well, and carried her down the stairs in the blackness. "Can't see," Georgie said. Kate began to cry. I shushed her hurriedly as we descended. Once in the basement den, I unplugged the Christmas tree so that the only light in the room came from the embers of the dying fire. I sat Georgie down on the couch and settled Kate in his arms. "Sit right here," I directed, staring into his eyes. "Don't move. You understand? Do not move." I need to call the police. I would have called my parents, but this was 10 years ago. They didn't have cell phones, so I took the stairs quickly and quietly, tiptoeing to the phone hanging from the wall of our living room. I picked up the phone and dialed 911, but I heard nothing. Silence. I slammed it on the receiver and picked it up again. Again, nothing. I think it was around this point that I started to cry. I couldn't help it. I was scared. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself that the storm had killed the phone line. But there wasn't much of a storm. The snow was steady, sure, but there wasn't even a breeze. Certainly nothing that could have disabled our phone. Tentatively, I walked into Kate's room and peeked out the window. My first glance was toward the tree, of course, where the footprints stopped, but now they continued. Sometime while I was herding my siblings downstairs, whoever was behind the tree had moved. I followed the footsteps across my frozen front yard to a man standing near the driveway. He was looking right at me. My breath stopped. I was frozen in place. This was not one of my friends. I had never seen this man before, but he was looking at me with an eerie blankness. He was wearing a black turtleneck and black slacks, a lone dark spot on a blanket of purest white. My eyes never left him, and his never left me. We stood still, silently staring for what seemed like an eternity. My heart thrummed in my chest, and I felt nauseous. For the first time, gazing into this man's eyes from afar, I began to consider the possibility of my death. I thought of my dad's brother, who was killed in an accident at age 11, forever 11, never growing up, frozen in time in the memories of all who knew him as a soul of eternal youth. At this, the tears flowed freely once more. "Please don't hurt us," I begged in a sobbing whisper. I knew he could not hear me, but I could not help myself. Finally, he broke eye contact with me and looked toward the heavens, toward the gently falling snow. He was saying something, but what I could not hear. I stared, transfixed, as he pulled a handful of dark powder from his pocket. Then, still gazing upward, still muttering to himself, he flung the stuff at his feet. I desperately wanted to run, to get my siblings, but I thought that to let this man out of my sight would be unconscionably foolish. No, better to keep an eye on him. The house was still locked. I had the upper hand, I felt. Besides, I could not bring myself to look away from the strange ritual unfolding before me. The man had removed his sweater and flung it carelessly to the ground behind him. He was no longer staring skyward, but his lips continued to move. I trained my eyes intently upon his mouth, trying with no success to read his words, when I saw something glint in the moonlight. It was a knife, a long, callous blade, which he had removed from his other pocket. It bore dark stains already. From what? I covered my mouth to hush a scream as the man, still muttering to himself, ran the edge of the blade along his pale, distended stomach. A thin red line appeared along his abdomen, and blood of the deepest shade began to dribble from the wound. The streams trickled down his belly and fell ungracefully upon the black powder at his feet. At this, the man stared skyward once more, face contorted in a gruesome smile. He was sobbing uncontrollably, and mucus ran freely from his nostrils. But he looked happy, beyond happy, elated. My stomach churned in revulsion. This man was in ecstasy. I watched, almost entranced by this bizarre unfolding, when the man's face changed suddenly. He looked directly at me once more, and his eyes appeared unhinged. Still clutching the knife, he began to sprint directly at my window. I took one look at the weapon this man brandished and instinctively fled the room. I slammed the door shut behind me and was halfway down the stairs when I heard the window shatter. The man screamed, loudly, in pain, as I reached the basement. I locked the door behind me and ran to Georgie and Kate. "No more screaming," Georgie pleaded. No more screaming," I agreed in hushed tones, stroking his hair in an effort to calm him down. Kate, meanwhile, seemed happy as a clam. I strained, listening intently. Is he inside the house? I still clung to some naive hope that he had injured himself on the glass and had retreated, or perhaps he had been weakened by his self-inflicted wound. Finally, I heard it, the subtle but unmistakable sound of footsteps upstairs. He was indeed inside the house, and by the sound of it, was trying to be quiet. I silently guided Georgie and Kate into a storage closet and closed the door behind us, manipulating the handle to make as little noise as possible. We stayed there for about 5 minutes, listening to the ceiling creak threateningly above us. Then I realized, I don't know why it took me so long, that we were not trapped. We still had a way out. I saw in my mind's eye a window well in the bathroom down the hall, the only access our basement had to the outside world. Almost as if on cue, a frustrated scream echoed from above, followed by a tremendous crash. He had pulled something to the ground, perhaps the entertainment stand, or maybe the hutch. "He's here," the man shrieked hysterically. "How dare you hide from him?" To this day, I don't know who he was talking about, but it was at that moment, the moment I heard him begin to descend the stairs, that I made my move. Holding Kate in one arm and guiding Georgie with the other, we began our flight down the hallway. As we reached the bathroom, I stared fixedly at the window near the ceiling. It would be a tight fit, but we could make it. I flung the window open, stood on the toilet, and placed Kate gently in the shallow window well. Then I stepped off and told Georgie to get on. "Yucky gross, no standing on toilet," he said, looking embarrassed. I heard the man fumble with the locked handle at the base of the stairs. Time was running out. I'm not proud of what I did next, but it was the only way I could think of to get Georgie to cooperate. I smacked my brother roughly across the face and grabbed him by the shirt with both hands. "Georgie, get on the fucking toilet," I snarled at him, the first time I had ever said that word. He began to wail in pain and surprise, but he did step onto the toilet all the same. "Climb out the window," I directed in a harsh tone, and as he grabbed the ledge, I used all the strength I could muster to help push him up. Once, he almost slipped back down. Almost, but he was stronger than I thought he was and managed to pull himself back. As I clambered out myself, I heard a raucous crash. The man had broken down the basement door. With one last hoist, I pulled my legs up out through the window and shut it quietly behind me. As I helped my siblings out of the well, I heard one last anguished shout from the man, muffled through the pane of glass. "Why are you hiding from him?" "Cold," screamed Georgie as I led him, barefoot, through the snowy grass. In panic, I shushed him, but it was no use. He and Kate were both crying quite loudly by this point. My only hope was to get them as far away from the house as possible. I heard a distant crash from inside the house, and I quickened our pace. Feet numb, I sprinted through the yard to the sidewalk and practically had to drag Georgie onto it. "Bathroom light on," he said pleadingly. He was obsessive about turning off lights and electronics before leaving, and he was correct. We had left the bathroom light on in our haste. I ignored him and rushed us down the frozen pavement, stepping on sharp rocks and sticks and not even comprehending it. Adrenaline surged through my veins. I didn't know what we were headed toward. All I knew is what we were headed away from. The snow was falling much harder by this point. I could already see it collecting in a pile on Kate's head. Her nose was beet red and dripping with snot. I needed to get her inside, but where? I looked ahead and saw a light, off in the distance. The Garland's house. I'd said maybe a grand total of 6 words to Mr. and Mrs. Garland my entire life, but that was our one option. It was in their house that we would seek refuge. My house was now around the corner and out of sight, but I did not let up the pace until Georgie tripped on something and landed in a dark puddle. "Hey," he screamed indignantly, looking back at his stumbling block. In the glow of the distant streetlight, I could see Georgie had fallen into blood. A dead man lay, face up and eyes open, on the sidewalk. Snow had fallen onto most of him, and he had been mostly invisible until Georgie's feet had connected with his midsection. I remembered the dark stain I had seen on our intruder's knife. "Come on," I pled, wrenching my eyes away from the grisly scene as I pulled Georgie to his feet. We ran for another 60 seconds maybe, and finally reached the Garland's front door. The window into their parlor was open, and a fire was roaring. Mr. and Mrs. Garland sat drinking tea in cozy armchairs. I pounded ferociously on their door. They answered together, utter bewilderment stamped on their faces. I handed Kate to Mrs. Garland and collapsed into tears. The police arrived at my home 15 minutes later and apprehended the man, unconscious, lying in a crumpled heap on the floor of our basement bathroom. They discovered him with a fractured skull, many deep lacerations from the window of Kate's room, and intestines partially protruding from the wound on his gut. He had slipped in his attempt to climb where we had climbed, hit his head, and knocked himself out. Apparently, he confessed under questioning that he was a member of a strange cult, a cult which, as far as anyone can tell, does not even exist. He claimed to have been taking part in a ritual which required the sacrifice of a pure soul, and my autistic brother had been his target that night. My parents have not shared with me all the details of what happened after that night, but as far as I know, our intruder is currently rotting in a cell. The man he killed, the man lying on the sidewalk, was a friend of my father who lived 2 streets over. He had called his wife on his cell phone not long before he died, informing her of a suspicious man dressed in black stalking around the neighborhood. My parents arrived home from their date to find police swarmed around the block and their home a crime scene. My father relocated at work, and we had moved across the Rockies to Salt Lake City just 2 weeks later. Kate is now a bratty middle schooler. As far as I'm concerned, she's perfect. Georgie, now 21, hasn't changed a bit, but he loses his mind if someone knocks on a window. As for me, I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie now. I climb icy mountains with narrow trails and steep ridges. I go cave diving in places where you shouldn't. All, I think, in an attempt to recreate the fearful intensity of that one snowy night long ago. But it never works. The closest I come is when I'm alone, in my room, in the dead of night. Then, and then alone, is when the real fear sets in. What would you do if your school went into lockdown, heard gunshots? These students lived through that nightmare, and their scary true stories will stay with you long after the video ends. First, like the video, subscribe and comment your worst school horror story below. Let's begin. Lockdown at my elementary school. School lockdown drills are now as common as fire drills. I'm sure every school or county has their own style or individual protocol, but essentially it's the same across the board. Everyone is to get into a classroom, lock the door, turn off the lights, group into a part of the room out of view from the windows and doors, and stay completely silent. The goal is to disappear from whatever hypothetical active shooter is roaming the hallways. Without these drills, well, the same thing would happen as when school shooters first started popping up. Chaos, people fleeing in all directions, creating a frenzy of targets to choose from, and more people would die. More children would die. I was a counselor for an elementary school. My last position was my second, the first being in a hellhole for 2 years. That first elementary school was a mess, mostly because of the principal. He was old and tired, walking the halls with frazzled white hair and wrinkled button-up shirts with no tie. It seemed he was over it all, counting down the days until his retirement. He showed little interest in my role, practically rolling his eyes at whatever issue brought a child to my door. He clearly had the whole "this generation is soft" mentality. Kids aren't depressed or anxious, they're just whining. He handed out reprimands and punishments without any real investigations and treated the staff poorly, and he slacked on drills. I remembered being horrified on my first fire drill there, standing out in the playground in the near-freezing autumn breeze, surrounded by cold and confused students as scattered, disorganized as staff tried to somehow get accountability. The staff and I tried to schedule more drills, tried to get him in on planning, but he could care less. Eventually he was relieved when teachers had enough and went to the board, but by then I lost motivation and needed a change. Where I ended up next was refreshing. The principal, a tall and slim middle-aged man with a square jaw and kind eyes, always wearing some version of a cartoon-themed tie, and the staff here take their jobs rather seriously, almost to the point of me feeling too intimidated to share ideas during meetings when I first arrived. Fortunately, I loosened up over time, and when everyone saw how much I cared for the children, I was accepted. I loved it there. I quit 2 months later. The reason I quit is something I haven't gotten over. I still dream about it. I still hear the sounds that didn't make sense as they were happening, but came together afterward to a horrific realization. I had been making my rounds that day, checking on my more needy students during their classes, making sure no one was on the verge of a meltdown or anything. I remember feeling relieved to be walking around because I had been sitting in the nurse's office with a first grader who ran and slipped on the slick floor the custodian was in the middle of mopping. Luckily, there was nothing wrong with the child, but I advised the custodian to put up a caution wet floor sign before we had a lawsuit on our hands. I was feeling good until lockdown, lockdown, lockdown. It was one of the office administrators over the loudspeaker. At first, I was just surprised. Then I felt my heart jump and my fingertips turn icy as I realized the reason I was surprised. There was no drill scheduled that day, which meant this was not a drill. When the announcement blared, I had just opened the door to peek into a kindergarten classroom. When the overhead speaker clicked, indicating the end of the announcement, my eyes met with the teacher's, Mrs. Jameson. We froze, staring at one another for a good 3 seconds, her standing with a pointer in one hand, with her class all neatly seated on the carpet area. The students were silent, some looking at her and some at me. Then she and I came to some kind of unspoken agreement. Training kicked in. We both sighed casually and smiled down at the kids. Mrs. Jameson said, "Well, kids, looks like we got a lockdown drill. Let's show Miss Vasquez how well we can do." "Sounds good to me," I said as I closed the door and pulled down the curtain to the door's tiny window. "I'd love to see how this class does during a lockdown drill. I might have some rewards if you do well." Then I remembered something. I said to the teacher, "Janet, I'll be right back," before running out the room. I had remembered the fourth graders were around the corner from where I was, outside their classrooms and scattered all around the hallway, putting up holiday decorations. I was afraid of the chaos that might ensue. Kids pushing and shoving to get back to their own classrooms instead of just ducking into the nearest one, as was protocol. Luckily, it wasn't as bad as I thought it'd be. Everyone was calm and well versed on what to do. I herded some lingering and confused kids into rooms and was about to run back to the kindergarten room when I spotted something out the corner of my eye. When I turned around, I couldn't help but mutter, "Seriously?" At the end of the hallway, sitting just outside the edge of sunlight that casted onto the windows of the double-door exit nearby, was a third grader. He was curled up, knees to chest, hood pulled over, but I knew who it was. Charlie, probably doodling in his damn sketchbook, listening to music, even though electronic devices were banned. The school had warned him dozens of times, but he always manages to sneak his phone in. Honestly, I've spotted him a few times with the buds in his ears, but let it go. Music and drawing were his thing, and he had it rough at home. I ran over, pulled his hood back, and yanked the earbuds out his ears. "Lockdown, sweetie. Come on." I was tempted to sound more urgent, but I wanted to remain casual and not alarm him. Charlie, like all students in that school, took lockdown drills seriously. His eyes widened and he jumped up. We ran over to the nearest room, the computer lab, and I used my key to let him in. Then I hesitated. The right thing to do would be to go in with him. But I thought about Mrs. Janet Jameson. She was young, her second year teaching, and her IA was out sick. I felt I had to help her manage those kids. There was no telling how long this lockdown would last, and she needed the help. I closed the door, turned. I realized I was probably the last one still in the hallway. It was eerie, not having another soul in the hallway. It felt abandoned. No, hollow was the right word. It felt like a hollow, like a cave. I heard footsteps, rhythmic thuds on the linoleum floor. Boots? No, they were softer than that, although too heavy to be sneakers. Or maybe the person making them were big. It was not too far off. I guess I should explain the layout. The school is only one story. From a bird's eye view, the hallways carve out what looks like two cubes close stacked on top of each other, the top being where the entrance was. Those two cubes were fused together by the same middle hallway. I was at the far bottom of the bottom cube, close to the left corner. The footsteps sounded as if coming down the left side of the top cube, so that if I were to turn down that left corner, I'd end up far away, yet face to face with whoever was there. The main problem was that Janet Jameson's room was down that left side hallway. I took off my flats and tiptoed to the left corner. I was tempted to look, to just peek, but at the same time, was to scared the person would see me. The steps stopped, and I heard a hard rattling. He was trying a door. When it didn't open, I heard him whisper something, probably cursing to himself, before continuing to walk, and it was a him, judging from that whisper. The voice was too deep to be a woman. I don't know why I waited there, listening to the footsteps coming my way. I suppose I wasn't thinking clearly because I could have just went into the nearest room, yet I had an anxious, one-track mind of getting to Mrs. Jameson's room. The man tried another locked door, another hoarse whisper. I thought I could just sprint to the room, unlock the door, and rush in. No, he'd see me, and that would only draw attention to Mrs. Jameson's room, thus endangering the children. Plus, what if I couldn't get the key in and unlock the door in time before he ran up to me? I took a backward step, preparing to turn and sprint to the right corner if he got too close, when I heard Sez shift in the echoing steps. I listened and realized he turned down the middle hallway. I drew in a deep breath and exhaled shakily as I braved to peek around the corner. I was right. I saw no one and yet heard another door being tried, so he had to be down that middle hallway. Then, to my surprise, Mrs. Jameson's door opened without a sound. I saw her face appear within the darkness of the room. Our eyes met, and she beckoned me. I didn't hesitate. I didn't want to wait any longer and risk freezing up. I ran and made it in. As soon as I did, Janet carefully closed the door. I saw all the kids clustered in the darkest corner of the room, sitting and staring expectantly at me. "What are you doing?" I whispered harshly to the kindergarten teacher. "You are not supposed to open the door during a lockdown." "Well, you're welcome," she sighed. "I just had a bad feeling because you said you'd be back. Plus, after I heard the last door closed, I heard a couple of your steps. I assumed they were yours because they clicked like shoes and just knew you were still out there." My shoulders slumped. I could no longer hide my relief or gratefulness. "Thank you, Janet." I saw her teeth show in the dark as she smiled. "No problem. Just help me keep the kids calm. We heard a noise outside. It wasn't close, but it was strange, like a heavy thud." "What's that?" asked one of the kids. We shushed him and listened. Silence. Nothing happened for the next 20 or so minutes. Janet and I handed out coloring books and crayons for the kids to color. We made sure everyone for every color. It sounds petty, but the last thing we needed was kids asking to borrow colors and start bickering over it. One of the little girls didn't color. She just stared at us with worrying and waiting eyes. She knew this wasn't a drill. I sat down in one of the small chairs and I signaled her to come to me. She immediately ran over, sat in my lap, and buried her head into my shoulder. I put my arms around her and whispered reassuring words. The rest of the class noticed this, and unfortunately, it seemed to make them anxious. Just then, we heard footsteps. We all stiffened. The steps were coming our way. Janet and I met eyes. She was completely pale. The footsteps seemed heavier and less rhythmic. At one point, there was some shuffling and some rubbing or dragging of clothes. The man must have stumbled and slid against the wall. Was he hurt? Then the steps resumed, getting closer still. My eyes shot toward the door. The girl and I gripped each other hard with rigid bodies. We felt almost fused as one statue. There was ringing in my ears, and my eyes burned as I stared unblinkingly at the doorknob. Then bang. It was as if someone threw their weight into the door. The kids screamed. Janet screamed. I almost did, but instead put the girl down and ran over to Janet and shook her by the shoulders. She stopped screaming, and I pointed to the horrified children. At that moment, intense weight seemed to come upon us. I felt everything fade away for a moment. The screaming, the darkness of the room, the single heavy knock against the door that followed after the bang. And within our gaze, we came to a mutual declaration. The kids, we both thought it. We had to keep them safe. That was all that mattered. "The bookshelf," she blurted. I understood and nodded. In response, I said, "Use the blanket, okay?" She nodded, also understanding. Then we separated. I ran to the bookshelf and began pushing. It was used to hold other supplies, like containers of extra glue sticks and yarn, not books, so it was not as heavy as it could have been, but it was heavy. Shannon? I got it. The shelves slide across the room, getting easier as I built momentum. The kids were still screaming, but it started to quiet down. I glanced over and saw Janet had already draped the ends of a large green blanket over the coat cubby and another bookshelf so it hung over everyone like a makeshift tent. Good. It would give the kids a sense of feeling hidden. She heard Janet trying to talk them down. By now, the man was trying the doorknob, and I heard a low grunt. I kept pushing, and finally, with gritted teeth and every muscle in my body hard as rock, I made it. I turned the shelf the long way and rested it against the door. I turned my back to the shelf and leaned against it. "Where's Miss Vasquez?" a child cried out. Then the other kids followed and began anxiously calling out to me. "I'm here, guys." I tried to sound casual, but my voice was shaking. "You guys are the fort, and I'm the lookout." Janet said, "Yes, she's the lookout. She'll tell us if we are clear or in danger. Miss Vasquez, are we clear?" "Oh yes, the danger was here, but it passed. We're all clear. Kids." As I said this, I prayed there wasn't another thrash against the door. There wasn't. It all stopped. The doorknob stopped jiggling. Silence. After a few minutes, I slid down to sit on the floor, still leaning against the bookshelf. As the silence settled in, and I called out 5 all clears to the kids to offer consistent reassurance, my body began to slow settle. The moment that crash against the door happened, I felt amped up, light on my feet, strong. In fact, I remembered when one of these bookshelves were being moved from one classroom to another. It took 2 custodians, grown men, to slide it along with a struggle. I had managed it alone. It was all adrenaline. And now, with the kids calm enough to be singing softly, along with Janet under the blanket, I was crashing. To top off my sense of ease, I saw flashing red and blue lights coming in through the window. It was over, and I felt sick. I even smelled copper in the air. I rubbed my nose to check for a nosebleed, but strangely saw nothing. I looked at lights dancing across the ceiling. "Yay, guys," I called in the fakest peppy voice. "The policemen are here." They had seen the lights and were already cheering. I tried to say something else. I can't remember what, but it was probably to remind them they still had to remain quiet. Rather than words, I let out a gut-tightening heave. Not much came out, just enough for me to spit. I felt something. Since I was no longer sweating and my skin felt cold and clammy, I became aware of some warmth beneath me, like I was sitting in a puddle. I frowned. I soiled myself, I thought. Great. I shifted to examine my jeans to see if it was urine or feces. I saw darkness on the beige tile. I hesitantly touched it. It was too thick to be urine, and I didn't smell anything. Or rather, I didn't smell any bodily waste. That coppery scent from earlier was stronger now. As I leaned away from the bookshelf, I saw the liquid hadn't come from me, but from beneath the bookshelf. No, not the bookshelf. It came from under the door. A stone dropped in my chest as I realized what the liquid was. It was blood. Blood had been oozing into the room. What the hell? Noise came from the hallway. The calm rumble of footsteps, deep voices in casual conversation, and chaotic static from walkie-talkies. The police, and it didn't sound like they were in a rush. We all heard them coming closer. Then they stopped walking. They stopped talking. We could only hear the only thing heard were the walkies. Why were they just standing there? Then someone among them broke the silence with a "holy shit" before a storm of urgent footsteps came and stopped right outside Janet Jameson's door. Eventually, the all clear was given to every class except ours. Janet and I didn't protest or ask any questions. We were too confused, too overwhelmed and worn out. We were at a point of absolute submission because we thought obedience would make things go faster and we can just all go home. I asked Janet for the blanket to cover myself and the pool under me before she turned the lights on and allowed the kids to stretch out. I whispered to her about the blood, and she only threw her head back and closed her eyes as if to say, "What else?" After an hour, the window gates were unlocked. Janet, the kids, and I exited the class through the windows so we didn't have to open the door and see whatever was happening. I looked stupidly at one of the officers after climbing out the window and said, "I have blood on me. It's not mine." I just said it. I felt I had to before they noticed it themselves. The officer just nodded grimly, with no sign of surprise. Then he escorted Janet and I to sit at the open end of an ambulance to be examined. When the medics gave the thumbs up, 2 officers came over. At first, they just stood there, heads up, but eyes staring at the ground. Then they removed their hats and told us there was a dead body in front of Janet Jameson's classroom door. What do you say to something like that? They paused, as if giving us room to react or respond. Janet and I just looked at one another. They looked at us. What did they want us to say? As it turns out, they weren't waiting for a reaction. They were giving moment to let that news sink in before they hit us with another. This time, we reacted. This time, we jumped up, asking what they meant, asking why and how. We freaked. We acted like they told us the sky just fell. The dead body was the principal. The officers tried to calm us. When we were finally able to sit and listen, one of them offered to explain everything. Then they looked at one another, agreeing on something, before looking directly at me. We could show you what happened. I tensed up. The other officer quickly added, from the cameras, he means. You don't have to see him. Watch the recordings. It seemed the invitation was exclusively for me, and Janet didn't say anything. At the time, I didn't understand, but looking back, I think everyone felt I had a right to see. I think they felt that I deserved a clear story because I'm the one with someone else's blood all over my pants. I was taken inside the building, into the main office. A man with a polo and jeans was seated at one of the administrator's desk, computer ready, waiting for me. With a nod from the officers that escorted me in, the man in the polo hit play. There were 9 camera shots playing at once on the screen, 3 each row, all black and white. They all played pretty much the same thing at that moment. The beginning of the lockdown, just kids through the halls, into classrooms. Each camera just showed incoherent blurs and shifting shades of gray. In less than a minute, the blurs disappeared and the hallway was bare. My attention was then drawn to 2 screens. One showed me taking my shoes off and tiptoeing. The other showed the principal walking down the left side hallway. The principal stopped at a door, grabbed the door handle. The officer next to me said, the school was transitioning into having new doors, correct? New locks? We were. Our doors were old and were being upgraded, which meant new locks, which meant new keys. At that point, less than half the rooms in the building had new doors, and not everyone had a key. He was checking the doors, making sure someone didn't end up in a room they didn't have a key to. Of course, I hadn't known that. With a stiff body and wide eyes, I watched my past self on the screen, cowering, truly believing I was in danger. The principal made the turn, and a moment later, I was dashing to Janet's room. I was gone. Now there was only the principal. After checking a door, he seemed satisfied, like he all was finished. He leaned into the door and seemed to speak before stepping back. The hoarse whispering. It wasn't cursing. It was him tell the people inside it was only him, and not to be afraid. I saw the caution wet floor sign was 3 feet away. I noticed it because something in my gut knew what was going to happen next. The principal slipped. He did a brief little shuffle, almost comedically, before his legs came out from under him. His head bounced off the floor. There was no audio, but I could hear the hollow thump. I could hear it then in my head, because I had heard it in real time. That heavy thud. The one from when we shushed the boy from asking what that noise was. Jesus, that was his head, I said aloud. No one answered. The principal slowly stood, leaving a dark splatter behind on the floor. His legs were shaky legs. He looked left and right, seemingly confused. He held one hand to his head and began to walk back the way he came. He stumbled. His knees shook. By now, darkness was dripping on the floor. Then he slowly sank to the ground, as if he was suddenly sleepy and needed a nap. Then he just lay there. The man in the polo moved the computer mouse to slide the time bar to 22 minutes later. As if fast-forwarded, a dark mass appeared and grew into a perfect circle around the principal's head. The video resumed with the principal stirring. He stood and stepped back, seemingly horrified by the pool of darkness. He stepped around the puddle and walked I squinted and saw he had dropped something. He rounded the corner, making his way to the closest room for help. Janet's room. He wavered on rubbery legs. At one point, he leaned against the wall as he walked a few steps, sliding along with his shoulder before pushing off and trying to balance again. He finally made it to Janet's door and fell against it. We had screamed. He raised a fist and gave one strong pound before trying the knob. He patted his pockets, looked around, slumped his head, and tried the knob again. The thing he had dropped, his keys. I felt hot tears run down my cheeks as I watched him sink down to sit with his back against the door. His head drooped, and that was it. The man in the polo stopped the video but kept looking at the screen. I shook my head, feeling confused, even though there was nothing to be confused about. I thought about where I had been at that point in the video. I had been sitting with my back against the bookcase, which means he and I had been sitting back to back, just feet apart, while he slowly bled out and died. And I had sat his blood, the blood that dripped from his cracked head. The children sang softly as the darkness pooled and soaked into my pants. And it was me. I had kept him out. No, I didn't know. I felt cold and afraid. I stepped back away from the officers. I didn't mean to kill him. The officer's face dropped. What? No, ma'am, no. We aren't blaming you. We just felt you should know. Because I did it, right? I was losing sense of reality. I couldn't feel my legs and felt like I was somehow floating and sinking at the same time. I'm going to jail. I should, because I fucking kept him out. Ma'am. I shoved a goddamn bookcase against the door. The officer was shaking his head, reaching out to me. I passed out. I quit being a counselor. Actually, I just stopped showing up. It was Janet who was kind enough to speak to the school county administration. She managed to turn my unannounced permanent absence into an official resignation. No one argued. No one asked me to sign or do anything. No one bothered me because they all knew. They all knew I let him die. Janet said they all feel sorry for us, her and I, that they all sympathized with our situation. But I know that's bullshit. I ripped up every get well card and popped every "we miss you" balloon that got delivered. They're all pretending, acting as if I hadn't let Daniel Seymour Hutchins, a married man with 2 children at home, 253 others at work, slip away in an empty hallway, alone. I don't call him by name. I prefer to remember him as the principal. It creates some distance, like we were only co-workers, strictly professional. Not at all like he was the shoulder I cried on when I broke up with my boyfriend, or the man who went over the spending limit for me when we did the blind gift exchange for Christmas. To top it off, we were never really in any danger. The lockdown was initiated because the police were called by a witness who claimed to see a man with a gun wandering the streets just a few blocks away, drunkenly harassing people. When the police arrived, the man was in fact very drunk and did have a gun. A brief standoff between he and the police went on for half an hour before the drunk gave up. And guess what? When the police examined the weapon, it turned out to be fake. It turned out to be a fucking paintball pistol. But that doesn't upset nearly as much as the thought that still haunts me. I could have just fucking looked. That's all I can think. There were 2 instances where I could have just looked and saved everything. The first time, I could have just poked my head around that corner and saw the principal walking my way. Then I would have put my shoes back on, step out, and give him a wave, and he would have approached me and passed right by that yellow "Caution Wet Floor" sign. The other time I could have looked was when I gave the second all clear to Janet and the kids. I can deny it all I want. I can it on retrospect. I had known at that moment something wasn't right, because I realized we hadn't heard any footsteps walking away from the door. So why the silence? I had thought briefly, if they were still there. At that moment, I thought about standing up, reaching across the bookshelf, and pushing the door window's curtain aside to peek out into the hallway. If I had, I would have saw the blood trail leading to the door. Then I would have looked down to see the principal slumped over. I would have shoved the shelf aside, opened the door, and used that stupid green 10 blanket to apply pressure and stop the bleeding. I would have done all that, But I didn't. I didn't because protocol said stay away from the windows and doors. And plus, I was just plain scared. I ignored my gut and hid behind procedure. I was a coward. When I lay awake at night, I always hear a thump. What follows are the sounds of the principal walking and stumbling through my apartment. I can hear his feet on the linoleum, even though I have carpet. I hear his shoulder brushing against the wall. Then I hear the heavy crash and knock on my closed bedroom door. I can almost see the knob jiggling. At that point, I always get up, frantically pull the bedroom door open. I do it every time, and every single night without fail, I collapse into tears when I see no one is there. Our school went into lockdown in 6th grade, and nothing about it makes any sense. This story is old, almost 15 years old at this point. To this day, it remains probably the single most unexplained event in my entire life. Those who witnessed it seldom, if ever, speak about it. All these years later, and I'm still not sure what to make of it, so I figured posting it here may lead to some answers. I was in 6th grade at the time, but my memory of the day is as vivid now as it was then, much to my dismay. I've suffered from nightmares on and off ever since, and the true extent of my mental well-being may never be truly known. It started like any other day, with me grumpily walking to catch the school bus and nearly missing it, as per norm. It was mid-September at the time, with temperate winds and comforting warmth renown of early autumn. The place I grew up in was a small Midwestern town in the central United States. The whole school had only maybe 200 kids in it in grades 1 through 8, and my bus only brought around 30 of us. My friends Scotty and Lamar hopped on at the second stop, and the three of us discussed Yu-Gi-Oh cards most of the way to school. Maybe most of this is irrelevant, but I think it's important to emphasize how boring and routinely this whole day began. It made what happened later that much stranger. It wasn't until lunch that something finally happened. I'd met up with Scotty, Lamar, and a few of our other friends. After eating, we formed a group and went out onto the grass field to play our variation of football. The style we played was known as Smear the Deer, with deer actually being a different rhyming word that may get me canceled for saying nowadays. For those that don't know, it was basically American football, but with more youthful angst. Somebody would just punt the ball, and whoever got it would run aimlessly while praying to the good Lord above as everyone else tried to obliterate them. As you can imagine, it spawned a lot of fights and got many of us suspended over the years. Yet we kept playing because we were dumb school children. So one of the kids punts it, and this kid named Robert catches it. He made it like 3 steps before getting clobbered by like 5 kids to the laughter and winces of everyone else. Things went on that way for a bit, and at some point, Kyle got the ball. Kyle was like the best punter in terms of distance, but knowing which direction it would go was anyone's guess. So Kyle boots it, and we watch as it soars far to the left and off into the woods. Our schoolhouse was in the middle of this big field, and the improvised football field was right next to the woods that surrounded it, all about 200 yards out. "Good job, Kyle, you dumbass," another kid, Preston, jeered. Kyle just laughed and flipped him off as he jogged towards the tree line to retrieve it. He reached it a moment later and slowly began searching the woods while the rest of us waited. I watched as he looked around in there, and suddenly he just froze up. His whole body just went stiff as a board, and he just stood there, staring for like 10 seconds before someone finally yelled at him to hurry up. Kyle didn't budge, nor react to the insult in any way. Another few seconds passed before he slowly turned back to face us. That's when I noticed the slack-mouthed, wide-eyed expression on his face. "Damn, Kyle, you shit your pants or something?" Another kid, Carlos said with a laugh, but Kyle's expression didn't falter. He then quickly glanced back at the woods a split second later, and he fell onto his back, scrambling backwards and muttering frantically, "Nah, fuck that, man. Fuck that." He was met with a chorus of laughter from the others. Without pausing at all, Kyle just walked quickly back towards the school without another word. The others made jokes and laughed, but his reaction really unsettled me. The horror on his face appeared genuine, and I'd never seen him look like that. Kyle was the type to never seem afraid of anything, and seeing him react like he did was downright worrying. Scotty and I then silently approached the spot that Kyle had gone to, both of us now a bit hesitant. The rest of the group had now gone mostly silent, with only muttered conversation in hushed tones behind us. Once we reached the grove, we slowly peered within. I spotted the football almost right away, only about 30 feet within, but no sign of anything out of the ordinary. I'd been in that patch of woods 100 times before, and nothing looked any different. Nothing obvious that would have spooked Kyle like that, but still, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up. It was a really odd feeling, but I just shrugged it off. Ignoring them, I sauntered inside to grab the ball. As soon as my hand touched it, something changed. I've still not found the best way to describe this, but the closest thing is like when a plane depressurizes. My ears popped, and my equilibrium seemed knocked off kilter for a split second. It was the weirdest feeling, and it struck me completely out of nowhere. After pausing for a moment to confirm I wasn't about to pass out or something, I grabbed the ball and stood back up. As soon as I did, I felt something on the back of my neck. Hot air coming in rhythmic and rancid waves, like someone was literally breathing down my neck. I spun back around, heart suddenly racing in my chest. There was nothing behind me, aside from Scotty standing and staring, unsettled back at me. "You good, dude?" he asked. Truth be told, I didn't know whether I was or not, or how to account for what had just happened, but I nodded back anyways. Part of me wondered whether it was just anxiety or something, but I didn't really know what to think. As a young boy in middle school, though, admitting to fear was social suicide and not something I was about to do. "You didn't see anything behind me, did you?" Scotty gave me a curious glance. "No." "Why?" It was clear to me he wasn't laying, and he was standing much too far away for it to have been him messing with me somehow. Furthermore, I heard no footsteps behind me, and if it had been him, then the piles of leaves on the ground would have been a dead giveaway. With an uncertain shiver, I shrugged it off as best I could, and the two of us returned to the others with the ball. I didn't play much after that, as my mind was suddenly convinced that something was very wrong, but I couldn't pinpoint it. It felt like someone was watching us, hidden well within the trees. Eventually, I decided to go try and find Kyle, but the bell rang before I could. Math was my next class, and I spent most of it trying to forget that unnerved feeling and calm myself down. Things went as normal, but after about 20 minutes, I felt myself needing to pee. The teacher excused me to go to the restroom, and I grabbed the hall pass from her desk as I exited the classroom. As I made my way down the hall, I noticed that outside had gotten suddenly dark. Not dark enough for night, but dark like a thick overcast of clouds. Since the sun had been shining brightly during lunch, I found that kind of odd too, but didn't think much more of it. As mentioned earlier, our school was small in terms of students and faculty, so of course the building itself was no exception. It was only about 75,000 square feet, or about 20,000 smaller than the average Walmart. It was just outside our hometown, and about half a mile away from the local police station. The lights flickered when I was in the bathroom, washing my hands. Again, not something super unusual, as the school was old and prone to the occasional electrical mishap. They stabilized a moment later, and I made my way out back into the hallway. As soon as I exited the bathroom, I froze. The outside window had gotten much darker than before, like it was suddenly the middle of the night. My initial thought was cool, a solar eclipse, but as someone emerged from the office, that thought evaporated. A familiar middle-aged man hustled into the hallway, scrambling to the front doors and quickly locking them. It was our school principal, and as he turned to face me standing in the hall behind him, I saw an unrivaled terror etched upon his face. "Get back to your class now. Tell your teacher Code Silver." My heart sunk as I heard the words, and I realized the deadly seriousness in his voice. Without a word, I sprinted back to the classroom, flinging the door open and scrambling inside as I got one last look behind me. The entire environment seemed to have flipped in an instant, and something was very wrong. My teacher, Mrs. Smith, scolded me in an annoyed tone as I re-entered. I turned back from the door and stared at her, Her expression seemed to slowly turn from cross to visibly concerned. "Code Silver," I muttered out. Mrs. Smith's eyes went wide. "Lock the door. Everyone into the corner. Now," she commanded. The students did as requested, quickly filing into the corner and out of sight from the door. I locked the door, and Mrs. Smith rushed towards me to ensure it was secure. After which, she rushed back to her desk, dialed a few numbers in her desk phone, and spoke. Her voice blared over the intercom, reiterating the lockdown order for all others in the school. Everyone packed together tightly into the corners, out of sight of the door. The entire class then hunkered down as we had practiced many times before. Once there, Mrs. Smith doused the lights, and everything fell eerily silent. The next few moments, we heard the faint sounds of the next door classrooms, likely doing the same as all of us held our breath. Most American kids probably know that Code Silver is the national alert given for an active shooter. Anyone who attended a school in the States probably remembers practicing the lockdown drills at one point or another. Basically, the whole class just locks the doors and hides together in the corner. The only defense is the locked door and hope that whatever danger is outside will not be able to get in. "What did you see out there, Eric?" one of the girls in the class whispered to me. Mrs. Smith shushed the both of us before I could reply. I pondered the same question in silence as we all waited. The sounds of the other classrooms soon hushed as well. The entire vicinity fell eerily quiet as all of us waited like fish trapped in a barrel. The more I thought about the way the principal reacted, the less sense it made. I hadn't seen anything to indicate an active shooter and just assumed that he had, and yet still, I had no explanation for how things had suddenly gone so dark. It wasn't like a school shooter could affect the weather, and the windows were far too large for someone to have covered them so quickly. Something very different was happening. The hallway lights extinguished a few minutes later, leaving us alone in silence and sudden complete darkness. Even the windows in the classroom didn't show any light from beyond, and the darkness became so thick I could barely see my own hand in front of my face. We stayed like that for several minutes before a sudden calamity struck. It sounded like the shattering of glass and creaking of metal. My heart was throbbing in my chest then, and the muffled sounds of crying and whimpering from the other students surrounded me. Mrs. Smith shushed us all, trying her best to maintain order. By that point, my eyes had adjusted a bit to the darkness, and I could see Mrs. Smith looking through the door's side windows. Silence befell once more, a lingering malaise which lasted several minutes. Suddenly, Mrs. Smith audibly gasped and backed away from the window. I saw her hold her index up to her lips and could see tears sparkle in her eyes. Suddenly, the room began to grow brighter. I thought the power was coming back on when I realized the light was actually coming from something out in the hallway. It was a bright effervescence with a very slight reddish tint that softly shimmered. The light seemed to flicker ever so slightly, like that of a flashlight losing power, but different somehow. In the years since I've tried to replicate that light using various other light sources, but I've never quite gotten it right. It wasn't a flashlight or open flame producing the light, that much I'm certain of, and I can't say for certain what it was. A sound emerged along with it, sounding like wet, squishy footsteps, as though someone were trudging through a swamp. They came closer, and the light grew brighter. In a few seconds, it seemed to be directly outside the classroom door, and I could literally feel the other students hold their breaths. A slight thud hit the door, and none of us dared make a sound. The door handle jiggled slightly, but from our vantage point, none of us could see who or what was on the other side. The lights seemed to flicker and change intensity outside, beaming through the windows in altered variations. We were hunkered down perpendicular to the door, meaning the light couldn't reach us so long as it stayed outside. We could only hide there and offer silent prayers that whatever was making the light wouldn't get in. By some miracle it didn't, and several seconds later, the jiggling handle stopped. The footsteps then grew distant and the light faded. The relief was palpable, but it did not last. Perhaps a minute later, and a sudden, shrill, ear-piercing scream rang out down the hall, one that seemed cut short at its apex. The sounds of slight skirmish ensued with crashing and thumping. It was over in just a few seconds, and the uncomfortable silence returned. It went on that way for hours, with me and the other students hiding in the darkness. We heard more screams and other noises at certain points, but whatever was out there never returned to our door. At some point, the darkness outside finally relented, and it seemed as though the sun was beginning to rise. I know that wasn't the case because my wristwatch told me it was just before 5 p.m., seeming to affirm that discovery was the fact that the sun was still high in the sky and not anywhere near the horizon. A few minutes later, and the sounds of police sirens emerged. Dozens of police and even a SWAT team swarmed the building soon after, ushering all of us out from within room by room. The sense of relief was indescribable as they let us out, but not without a modicum of confusion. Several windows and doors were shattered, and parts of the hallways had been damaged as well, with parts of the hall even appearing melted. Some of the lockers were slumped and malformed like an intense heat had been focused on them. I don't know how that would be possible without causing a fire, but that's apparently what had happened. Once I finally stepped outside, I found my parents waiting for me along with my older sister. They hugged me tighter than ever before, as dozens of other families around us did the same. Behind us, I noticed the police sectioning off the school with barriers and tape as though it were an active crime scene. I questioned my parents on what had happened, but they didn't say much. We returned home and allowed the cops to conduct their investigation, and that's when everything got a lot stranger. Later that same day, I started feeling nauseous and proceeded to puke my guts out for the remainder of the evening. The headache I got then was by far the worst I've ever experienced. My parents at first thought it was an aftermath of the trauma, until some of the other parents said the same thing happened to their kids. Before I even knew what was happening, a bunch of dudes in biohazard equipment show up. They run a bunch of tests on me and tell me to remain calm. My parents and sister were separated from me, and I didn't see them for several days afterwards. The obvious concern was that myself and the other kids that felt sick had contracted some sort of virus, and with the previous events at the school, people were worried it was some sort of bioweapon terrorist attack. Thankfully, I woke up the following day feeling loads better. The medical personnel continued running tests, but everything looked relatively normal. Eventually, they made the discovery that our sickness was not due to a viral agent, bacteria, or mold, but instead due to radiation exposure. Thankfully, it wasn't enough to do serious long-term damage, but obviously explaining it was another matter entirely, one which we have yet to resolve. Our school was closed for almost a month after this event, which at the time was fantastic news for me. Once we were finally allowed to return to school, we were given zero explanation, just basically expected to forget anything ever happened. There were never any news reports, nor interviews or articles of any kind. It's like the whole thing never happened, and were it not for the memories of those who lived through it, there would not be any record at all. Kyle, the same kid from earlier, ended up not showing up for his English class directly following lunch period. For a while, people thought he had something to do with the lockdown and hell. Maybe he did, but I doubt we'll ever know now. He hasn't been seen since that day, almost 15 years ago now. He's not the only one. Our school's principal, the same guy I'd seen in the hall, along with one of the school's janitors, also vanished, never to be seen again. Police found no bodies, nor evidence of abduction or physical conflict, at least not that they're willing to admit publicly. There are no death certificates for any of them, and all three are simply listed as missing, and I doubt that's going to change anytime soon. I've questioned my parents about this, and they claim all the police told them was that a dangerous fugitive had broken into the school that day. A dangerous fugitive who apparently was capable of summoning eclipses, melting lockers, and tearing metal doors from their hinges, not to mention the whole radiation thing as well. That's another thing too. There is no record of a solar eclipse on that day, and I've looked everywhere I can think to. We weren't allowed anywhere near the school for weeks afterwards. Cops sectioned off the streets that led to it, while others patrolled the surrounding woods. On several occasions, we saw guys in blacked out Suburbans and cargo vans driving down there. They never formally identified themselves. I overheard my parents talking back then once, and I remember my dad telling my mom that he didn't think the school would ever reopen. He said it didn't feel the police were conducting a routine investigation, and told her the entire thing seemed more like a cover-up than a crime scene. I've asked them more recently as well. They seem to have learned very little. I've shared this experience with them too, and although they agree it was weird and disturbing, they don't seem to have any further theories. I've spoken to others who were there that day too, and gotten all manner of mixed responses. Lamar seems to think we were attacked by aliens, while Scotty seems to think our entire school fell into a separate dimension for a period of time. Maybe there is a logical and boring explanation to all of this, but I have yet to find it. Considering the secrecy, the lack of coverage, and the way the authorities behaved, I'd say it's safe to conclude that something out of the ordinary happened that day, but we may never know what. Whatever it was, I think Kyle saw it, and I think that's why he's gone. When the school finally reopened, it never quite felt the same. We ended up finishing out that year, but it wasn't without incident. Multiple students I know claim to have seen things they couldn't explain in that building. Everything from ghosts and demons to wild animals. A few students even suffered full-on mental breakdowns and panic attacks while in the old school. I even know of at least one girl who spent some time in a psyche ward afterwards. Perhaps most of it could be attributed to PTSD related to the lockdown, or maybe there was something far more sinister at play. Nightmares and bouts of sleep paralysis followed me for years after this event, and I still get them every once in a while. Even now, I never know how to describe them, but I wouldn't wish them on anyone. I've always hoped that one day I'd be able to look back on this event with hindsight and understand that it was only scary because I was a kid, like I imagined it wrong or didn't understand. I still can't say I understand what happened, but I can't help but feel more worried now than I was then. As a kid, life goes on and you forget, but as an adult, you end up just ruminating on it over and over until coming to a worrying realization. We as humans set up these systems, ways of life, comfort zones, but there are things out there that can, and sometimes will, bypass all of them. Things that are far beyond our understanding, that we have little power against, and sometimes we got shown firsthand what those things are truly capable of. My school is on lockdown. Please help. Series. It's 10:11 p.m. right now. I'm inside a classroom on the 3rd floor of my school because, as the title says, we're on lockdown. Right now, everyone is sleeping. Even the guy watching over us. The tears, adrenaline, and fear that fueled our day took its toll, and we were all knocked out cold. But before I continue, you have questions, and I may have answers. So let me start before he wakes up. I'm a senior in high school. I live in a fairly safe neighborhood, with the exception of the only danger being drug deals. The whole thing started at about 1:25 p.m., passing period between 6th and 7th period. It was a typical school day, no special events happening, or nothing out of the ordinary. My girlfriend and I were one of the last people to leave the classroom, since she had to ask the teacher a question, and being her boyfriend, I waited for her. We went to the 2nd floor to get my AP Environmental Science textbook before heading to the 3rd floor. We had about 3 minutes left in our 7-minute passing periods. We got to the 3rd floor of the school and in a small hallway with 2 stairways on opposite ends of the hall. As we walked down the hall, I noticed a kid next to me wearing very dark and loose clothing. Weird, I thought to myself. I looked straight and noticed another kid heading down the stairs, wearing almost the same thing. We parted ways to our classes. Mine was located in the very back of the school. The S-Wing class began, and so did our daily routine. There's a kid named Matt who sits the back of the classroom and mainly keeps to himself. He never participates and always does projects alone. For whatever odd reason, he was dressed like he was ready for a baseball game with a jersey and baseball bag with bats. Pretty damn odd, if you ask me. The teacher asked us to pull out our homework, and we complied. That's when it all happened. Suddenly, we heard popping noises in rapid succession. from down below and screaming. "What the hell is going on?" one of my classmates asked. He went to leave the classroom to investigate. Just then, Matt stood up and clocked the kid across the head with one of the bats. He flew onto the floor, and Matt pulled out a gun from his jacket. "Get the fuck on the floor," he screamed at us. We all screamed. We dove on the floor, and everyone was crying instantaneously. I looked at Matt from head to toe before I knelt down with my hands behind my head. Everyone was staring at our classmate, who was laying on the floor in a pool of blood. He groaned and tried to get up. Matt walked over to him, fist clenching the bat. He raised the bat in the air and delivered a blow to his face. Blood splattered everywhere, and he laid there motionless. There was more gunshots from below. The school rattled with gunshots and screaming. The first thing I had on my mind was my girlfriend. I needed to make sure she was safe. "Phones, give them to me, now." Matt pointed his gun at us. "What the fuck do you want from us?" someone shouted at him as people began to put their phones in a bag. Matt looked at the guy and walked over to him. A distraction, I thought to myself. I quickly pulled out my phone and tried to shoot a quick text to my girlfriend. "Are you okay?" I typed at near superhuman speed. Then I slid my phone face down under the desk. Matt hit the guy who questioned him. He walked over to me to get my cell phone. "It's not with me. I forgot it in the gym locker." Matt looked at me for a good 10 seconds before moving on to the next kid. After collecting all the cell phones and threw them in his bag. "All right, motherfuckers, I'm in charge now. You are to listen to whatever the fuck I say, and you will do exactly as I say, or you will end up like your friend over there." He motioned to our dead classmate. "Do you fuckers understand?" We all nodded. Let me try to provide some background on Matt, or at least whatever I know about him. I'm sure there is something wrong with Matt. We'd always hear him talking to himself while his head is down in his arms. He hangs out with the outcasts in our grade and is very distant from almost everyone. I don't want to say this, but I'm sure his family practically disowned him. One of my friends told me that they once saw his dad pick him up from school, and Matt had to practically jump in the car while the car was still going 30 miles per hour. No one recalls ever seeing him with his parents during special events. Reason why I said this is because Matt sat up on the teacher's desk and pulled out his phone. He started reading his messages out loud. "Doors and stairs are secured." He was reading texts. I could tell because his thumb was doing the swiping motion. "Cops are outside. They're trying to find a way in." Matt smiled and started typing. "These fuckers are in for a surprise once they try to open the door." I was trying to formulate a plan. One of my dreams has become reality. By the way, I'm sorry if it seems like I'm making this school shooting seem like a good thing. It most definitely is not. But for some reason, I think about these situations out of boredom. I come up with contingency plans in case my school gets shot up, or my workplace, or the grocery store. I think about these things, and I have no clue why. It's just the person I am. "Where's Officer Gary?" Matt read out loud again. "He's been taken care of." Matt smiled. "I've brought them into the gym." Matt read out loud. "Good, Kyle is in the gym," Matt said as he typed his text. "Hey, new kid," Matt read. "What the hell does this kid want?" Matt asked out loud to himself before typing his message. Matt stopped talking out loud after he saw someone looking at him. Matt smashed his face with a bat. This all happened in the span of about 40 minutes. We're starving. We're shaken up, traumatized. We lost communication with the outside world. So many mutual thoughts are running through our heads, such as what's going to happen to us, our parents, loved ones. Are we going to make it out of this? Why is this happening? After sitting around and doing absolutely nothing for hours, everyone fell asleep in the room. Matt dozed off about 10 minutes before I started typing this. Right when I was sure he was asleep, I reached under the desk and pulled out my phone. I still had about 87% battery. I had a text from my girlfriend. "We've talked about what to do in this situation. Are you okay?" 1:37 p.m. "Yeah, I'm in class. Some asshole is here too." 1:38 p.m. "Shit, he's taking our phones." 1:38 p.m. "We've talked about this." 1:38 p.m. "Please try to get back to me when you can." 1:38 p.m. GTG. 1:38 p.m. I texted my family and told them what's going on. and now I'm here on our no sleep. It's 11:01 p.m. now. I'm sorry if I seem very disorganized, unlike other entries on our no sleep. There's just so many damn thoughts going through my mind. I'm going to take a quick moment and list what I know and what I don't know. What I know. There's a group of these guys holding up the school. The cops can't get in because the doors have either been A, barricaded, or B, blocked in some other way. All electronics have been confiscated. This is a planned attack. What I don't know, Matt is new, which means he could have no little experience in this type of situation. However, I don't know that. He could have experience, or he could have no idea what he's doing. These guys are armed, and so is Matt. I don't know what their plan is. I don't know why they decided to shoot up the school. A lot of you may be screaming at your screens that now is the time to go up to Matt and fucking bust his ass. As tempting as it is, now isn't the time. I need answers. I need to know why this is happening and what they want from us. This isn't Columbine or Virginia Tech. This isn't a murder-suicide or your typical school shooting. They aren't shooting this school up because of rage. They want something, and I need to find out what that is. I need rest. I have what it takes to get to the bottom of this, but I can't do this alone. So if anyone from my school happens to see this, please contact me. We need to take these guys down. It's time to put my skills to the test. I'll try to provide an update tomorrow if I can, if I succeed. If not, spread this news to everyone. We don't know how long this holdup will last, but this information could save lives. I gotta throw my phone back under the desk now. See ya. Edit. It's 12:16 p.m. I'm alive. I'll try to update soon. Edit. It's 3:37 p.m. I posted an update about an hour ago, but it was taken down by the mods. I'll repost it tonight, and based off what we're about to do, it's gonna be a long one. Edit. 4:21 p.m. Fuck. This is not going as planned. Fuck. Edit. 4:35 p.m. We barricaded ourselves in a classroom. Expect a huge update tonight. It's Friday, March 3rd, 2017, 6:07 p.m. A lot has happened since yesterday. My last post was removed once again, but because this chronicle doesn't fit in the horror genre, I deeply apologize to anyone who wanted to know what happened, but couldn't. Shit's about to go down pretty soon, and when this is all settled, I'll let you know what happened yesterday and what's about to happen right now. This ends tonight, March 4th, 2017, 10:17 a.m. We did it. We're alive and out of the school. Here's a scope of what happened. I used Matt's phone to lure one of his friends into a bathroom where we ambushed him and beat his head in with whatever we got. There were still 3 guys left and were to be found in the library gym, and the other one was wandering the school. At approximately 1 a.m. last night, I rallied up my buddies and we decided to turn the tables and bring the fight to them. We got the police on the phone and ran to a side entrance, and they helped us deactivate the devices. Thankfully, Brad is some sort of electronic genius, so we got this done, no problem. The police got in the building and they tried to force us to get out, but we did not comply and wanted to help evacuate the building. We ran to the classrooms and told them it is safe to get out and where to exit. Dakota ran back to our classroom and took the 3rd floor with Jake. Ryan and Brad took the 2nd floor, and Alex and I took the 1st. I passed the library and heard gunshots. I ran for cover and pulled out the gun I had, and more gunshots went off. Then I realized the gunshots were coming from inside the library. I peeked inside through the door, and one of those fuckers started executing the students inside. I can't run to get a cop, because by the time I get back with one, they could all be dead. If I scream for help, he'll hear I'm outside, and then kill all at once. I had to take matters into my own hands. I approached the door and got myself together. I had to shoot, and I had to kill. I opened the door and clicked the safety. The first thing I saw was the fucker standing on the table and about 7 bodies surrounding him. He spun around and I lifted my gun. 2 gunshots filled the room. His bullet grazed my arm and my bullet met its mark on the left side of his chest. He yelled and fell off the table. Everyone in the room screamed and I yelled at them to get the hell out of there. I ran to the guy and finished him off with a bullet to his head. I got out of the library and heard yelling and gunshots from the floor above me. My buddies and I regrouped and we went for the gym. We heard yelling down the hall. Police had swarmed the outside of the gym. "Don't go in. He's threatening that he has a bomb." "Have you tried going upstairs through the balconies?" Alex asked. I said, "We can't go in because he's threatening that he has a bomb." I thought about what to do. The police couldn't enter through the upstairs part of the gym, through the wrestling and weight balconies. Then I had an idea. I pulled out Matt's cell phone and called the guy who was in there. His name was Kyle. "Let us in and let them out. This fight is over. Those innocent people are not a part of this. We'll bring no weapons and no cops. I just want to talk. We'll figure something out. You'll walk out of this alive as long as we can all come to an understanding." He was quiet for a moment. "Fine." About 50 people ran out of the gym and were escorted out by a few police officers. We put our guns down and the police gave us the okay. We walked in. There had to be at least 50 kids in there with this guy. He had his gun pointed down at them, and in his other hand was a button that was wired to the inside of his jacket. He lowered his hand with the button. "What is it that you want?" We tried to sound as peaceful as possible. "We're listening. All we wanted was to be known." We slowly walked towards him as we listened. "We see all these popular guys, athletes, hoes, anything. They're all known for doing something," he continued. "Then one day I realized, with these school shootings, no one ever forgets those. Virginia Tech, Columbine, Sandy Hook. No one forgets those. No one ever will. So, I thought if we can orchestrate the greatest school shooting ever known to man, we'll definitely be remembered for years." "So you did all of this just so people know you exist," Jake said with disgust. "You gotta do what you gotta do." "Well, this isn't just your typical school shooting. We've managed to keep you guys in here for 3 nights straight. I'm sure we've beaten the record." We paused for a moment. "The police aren't planning on taking you alive, so I suggest you come with us and we'll reason with them so you get out of here alive." We walked towards him. He raised his gun at us. "Back off," we complied. "You and your friends have killed maybe over 100 people. The police have orders to shoot on sight, and we want you leaving this building in handcuffs, not in a bag," I reasoned. "No one deserves death, no matter what they did to think they deserve it. I don't plan on getting out of here alive." He turned his gun to me and fired. I was pushed onto the floor. I turned and saw Alex laying on the ground with my friends on the floor, kneeling beside him. I looked up at Kyle. Then another gunshot rang. Kyle fell face first onto the floor. We looked to the wrestling balcony where the sound had came from. It was Matt. "Please forgive us." He then turned the gun onto himself and another shot rang out. Jake got up and ran to the door and alerted the police. I got up and went to Alex. "This guy just saved my life." They got Alex out of there and we got out of the school. I told the officers to get up to the wrestling balcony and get Matt's body. Somehow, Matt must have went around the police and entered the wrestling balcony through the other side. The police did one final sweep of the building to make sure everyone was out. Once we got out, Alex was put in an ambulance and immediately driven off to the hospital. As for me and my friends, we were also put in an ambulance and brought to the hospital. I had completely forgotten I was wounded in my arm. Right now, I'm in the hospital typing this on my phone. Thanks to your efforts, Redditors, we've managed to save as many lives as we can, even though it doesn't mean everyone. But we did what we could. The school is going to be shut down for quite a long time. I don't know if we'll have to go to a different school for now, but we'll see. I hid in a closet during a school lockdown and heard what really happened. The truth is much worse than what they told us. I'm very happy I'm not in school anymore. I graduated a few years ago, but more and more every day I hear about incidents at school. On the news, on the internet, on texts my friends send me, all sorts of horror stories. But the stories online are the ones I'm always finding myself glancing through. I've seen stories online of people relating how their school went into lockdown, and the story ends up being about some hobo who had been living under the school, or some crazy person from down the street who finally snapped one day. I don't know if they're true, but all I know is our school went into lockdown once, and I don't know if even the people at my school know the whole story as to what happened. I don't even know if I understand it myself. It still seems like a sort of fever dream, something that didn't happen, couldn't happen. It was the middle of third period, math, I had just finished a big test. I found out later I had made a bunch of mistakes and ended up getting a D, but that's not really important to the story. I used the hall pass to go use the bathroom. Unfortunately, the school bathrooms were all located at the stairwells, and of course, the bathrooms on the first floor, where I was, were closed for repairs. I had to go up to the second floor, but before I got there, the bell rang. The bell never rang during class before, but as it did, an announcement came over the PA. Students and faculty, we are entering lockdown. This is not a drill. Please, all students and faculty follow all school procedures. I froze. I could hear sirens approaching. I came out of the stairwell, but already the doors were closing and I could hear them locking. I was alone and out in the open. I could go into the bathroom now, but the doors had no locks on them since my freshman year. After some juniors trapped a freshman in the bathroom and duct taped him inside a stall, they removed the ability to lock them at all. If there was somebody wandering the school, I'd have no chance if I went into there. I ran down the hall. I could see classrooms turning out their lights and covering the windows. I couldn't turn to them for help. All the instructions said to not answer the door. I had to find someplace safe nearby before something happened. I turned a corner and I saw my chance. The janitor's closet was open. Lunch was up next period, so he was probably out setting up tables when the announcement was made. He wasn't in there, and it could easily be locked from the inside. So I jumped in and shut off the light. The only light I saw was from the bottom of the door. I waited, and the sirens grew closer and eventually stopped. Time passed, and I wasn't sure if I was happy that I couldn't hear anything going on or tense, because I had no idea what was happening. Then I heard footsteps, lots of them. They stopped in the hallway. It must have been police. I could hear radios and other assorted noises. I didn't think it could be some sort of lone gunman or nutcase, so I listened. One guy in particular sounded like the one in charge. "Okay, are we in position?" Another guy answered. I didn't know what his rank was, but clearly he was not in charge of the first guy. "Yes, sir. We know the suspect is here in the building. C team is across the campus, as ordered, and B team is covering the back entrances. He will not exit the building on our watch," the chief responded. "Good. Remember, he could look like anyone, but he must not escape. It's my fault he's here, and it's my duty to deal with him." I couldn't hear much for a while. There was too much movement, too many people all talking to each other to make out anybody from where I sat. I just waited for a little while. Maybe it would all just be over soon, and I could leave the closet and go back to class. Then, that's when it all happened. The chief yelled out, "Hold it. Put your hands in the air." The commotion outside stopped abruptly. A moment later, clothes rustled loudly as what sounded like a large number of guns were drawn. "Lay down on the ground. Leave your hands where we can see them." It stayed quiet, except for a few of the guns cocking. I said, "Down the ground. Don't you dare try what I think you're going to do. You're not at the institute anymore." I thought I would hear shots go off, back and forth, and eventually somebody saying, "Suspect down." What I didn't expect was the scream. It wasn't a normal scream. It wasn't somebody crying out in terror. It was like a wounded animal, mixed with the sound of a bandsaw hitting concrete. I've never heard anything like it before, and I hope I never hear it again. Then the guns began to fire. The horrible scream happened again, and then other screams, and then the sounds of tearing. I saw the shadows under the door as people moved and fell over, and heard the telltale splatter of gore as it soaked the floor. There was another gunshot, and I nearly yelled out myself when a bullet punched through part of the doorway. It wasn't very big, but I put my eye up against it, and I could see a group of people being attacked by somebody. But something wasn't right about him. He looked too long in places, like he'd been stretched in a taffy machine. He was moving so fast that I couldn't make anything out, except for him grabbing people, throwing them around like they were nothing. There was blood everywhere. More gunshots. The scream happened again and again. I pulled away from the bullet hole and sat back in the closet. Then the scream began to fade. I heard a thud, and then more footsteps. The chief spoke again, but he was breathing heavily, like he had been badly wounded. "Team A, he's down. I repeat, he's down. We need a cleanup immediately." I didn't move. I wanted to look again, but as curious as I was, I didn't really want to see. but I heard a lot of commotion for a long time, and then nothing. I don't know how long it was after that, but then the PA announced the lockdown had ended. I came out of the closet. I tried not to look, but for all the sounds I had heard, there was not as much sign of a fight as I thought there would be. Even the blood I had seen in that brief time through the bullet hole had all been removed. I went back to my class and just told everyone I had hid in a stall in the bathroom. People were impressed with my guts for doing it, but if nobody else had heard that scream, I certainly didn't want to bring it up. As you might expect, we all went home early that day. Police and EMT were everywhere, but as far as I could see, nobody was being taken away by either. My parents came and were so happy that I was all right. They had been following everything on the news and came as soon as they could. At home that night, I ate dinner and waited to see what happened on the news. The live coverage had ended a long time ago, but when the news came back on at 10 o'clock, I wanted to see everything. As it started, I saw classes had been canceled for the rest of the week, but then things started to get weird. The news talked about a student who they refused to name, how he had come to school armed, but had been taken into custody after a short firefight. Stranger still, in the footage of the hallway where the scuffle had taken place, the door of the closest, which had been my refuge, was totally unscathed, not so much as a scratch on it, let alone bullet holes. It appeared to have been replaced outright, well before any investigation could have been completed. I saw pictures of the student being led away in cuffs. He didn't have a mark on him. He wasn't even wounded as he was pushed to a police car and driven away. All I saw was him fighting and yelling. Even in my glimpses through that bullet hole, I knew that wasn't the same one I saw. The clothes were completely different. The one I had seen had been wearing a black t-shirt and jeans. The one getting into the police car was wearing a white shirt and shorts. The news said no one had been hurt despite the gunfire, but I knew people had been wounded, even killed. I'd heard them screaming in agony as something vicious had attacked them. And then there was what that chief guy had said, talking about something being his fault, the institution, that he could look like anyone. I don't know what happened that day for certain. I didn't see enough. I didn't hear enough to get the full story, but this is what I can tell you. I know there was no shooter at our school. I know that someone was arrested that day, someone who I didn't know, who I never heard about ever again. That's right, a shooter who never made another day's worth of news, just disappeared. When was the last time that ever happened? I know that chief guy and his squads were not cops. I don't know who they were, but I know cops don't clean up a crime scene like that. And no human being has ever screamed like that, ever. But whatever it was that I heard attacking those people, all I know is it came into that hallway where I was. I was alone, and if it hadn't been for that janitor's closet, I wouldn't have been safe. It could have looked like anyone. Something tells me that squad wouldn't have helped me either. What was it? How long had it been in our school? Had I ever been alone with it and never knew what it was? Who were those people who had come for it? Where had it come from? And good God, is it really dead? A school lockdown is happening. The intruder isn't human. It was a normal and boring day of school. As always, I was in the biology class picking some stuff for the teacher when the principal spoke. All teachers must lock their classroom doors, stay quiet, and turn off your lights. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Now, when I heard him, I really thought it was a school lockdown drill, since we did a lot of those in the previous years, but something in his voice told me it really wasn't a drill. So, as I was away from my classroom, I left the teacher's things there and left the classroom quietly. I started heading to my class, and when I got there, I quietly knocked on the door. "Hey, Mrs. Rose, it's me, Toby. Can I please come in? I don't want to meet the intruder." "I'm sorry, Toby, but I can't let you in. The principal called and he said to not let anyone in or out." Mrs. Rose was a lady in her mid-40s, married with one kid. She was the sweet type that would give out candy to her students at the end of the year, but she also held her positions very well, and I knew she would not give in. I left, thinking about where to go, and the school's generator popped in my head. Since my school was kinda big, it was fairly far away. I started heading that way when I heard someone behind me. It was a police unit. I didn't even know they were called. Lucky me, I guess, huh? Nope. Hey kid, you know there is someone bad out here, right? Yes, officer. But I was at the bathroom when it happened. I wasn't going to give him a full-on explanation of how I got in this situation. Well, did you? He didn't even finish his phrase when some humanoid creature appeared behind him and slashed his head off. I was paralyzed. It must have been at least 7 feet tall. It was naked, no hair anywhere on its body, and it had big, round, black eyes. When its eyes locked on me, it let out a loud scream, and it charged at me. I barely dodged it. This thing is extremely fast, I thought. I started running the other way, which was luckily the way to the generator room. That thing, I don't even know what to call it, started running after me. It almost got me when I suddenly turned a corner, which caught it off guard and had to turn around and come after me again. I was already halfway down the hall. I will not make it to the generator room in time, I thought to myself. I turned another corner, the thing about 10 meters back, catching up quick. I entered a bathroom and quickly ran in the farthest stall. I heard a voice. Who is that? I recognized that voice as my classmate, Duncan. I always hated this guy. Bully type, dumb as hell, all the stereotypes of a high school bad boy. It's Toby. Now shut up. There is some creature out there, I said quietly. What creature are you talking about? Right as he spoke, I heard the bathroom door open and the thing started searching for me. It heard Duncan's voice, and it probably thought it was me, hiding from it. It started opening the stalls one by one, and luckily, I was in the last one, just after Duncan. When it got to Duncan, I heard him yell, "What the fuck?" and then let out a horrified scream. It killed Duncan. Even though I hated Duncan, I still felt bad for him, dying to this creature. After it killed Duncan, it left in search for more kills. After I stopped hearing its steps, I left the stall too and looked out the bathroom to see which way it went. I saw it turn a corner towards the principal's office, which was the way I need to go to get to the generator room. It's better going in an empty classroom, I thought to myself. I didn't see it check any classrooms anyway. I searched for an empty classroom, and it was the chemistry laboratory. I locked the door after me. The light were already off. I headed to the closet. Everyone hides in closets, right? Yes, everyone does, because when I opened the door to the closet, some girl almost hit me with a mop, but she stopped just in time. She was a classmate from elementary school. What is going on out there? Who is making the screams I heard? She asked, very confused. There is some kind of creature out there. It killed Duncan and a police officer, I said to her. She had a puzzled look on her face. What creature? And Duncan is dead? She said, panic evident in her voice. I don't know what it is, but it almost killed me too. So let's hide until we can safely leave, I said. I looked through the keyhole and saw that thing pass. I stumbled back and it stopped dead in its tracks. It headed my way as it heard me fall. I took Emma's hand and quickly entered the closet with her. Just as that thing broke the door down, Emma let out a fearful breath, but I covered her mouth and signed her to shut up. The thing stopped and looked around, and when it wandered its eyes towards the closet, I thought we were dead, but it kept walking. It looked around for a good 5 minutes, then it left. What the fuck is that? Emma asked. I don't really know. I was in the biology lab when I heard the principal. I started going towards my classroom, and since that stubborn Mrs. Rose did not let me in, I wanted to go to the generator room. On my way there, I saw a police officer, and he spoke to me. I told him I was in the bathroom, then that creature killed him. I ran from it, and somehow I got a lead and hid in a bathroom. Duncan was there, and this thing came in and killed him. After that, I came here and found you. This all that happened to me until now. Wow, I can't believe Duncan is dead. Didn't really like him, but I still felt bad, I guess, she said, still taking in all I had to say. Yeah, me neither. He was such an asshole to everybody. Okay, so do we wait it out and see what happens? Emma said, not much hope in her voice. Well, I guess that's what we do. My school is on lockdown. The reason behind it is very disturbing. I, 17-year-old female, go to a high school near a forest, which the school forbids us to visit. My other friends and I have always wanted to see what secrets are behind those big tall trees. We have planned to sneak into the forest just before school on Thursday. It is currently Wednesday, so tomorrow will be a game changer. School was just about to end when our classroom doors locked. They were sealed shut. I stood up to see everyone in shock, and the teacher was trying to calm down the crying girl. A few minutes later, while trying to calm everyone down, we heard screaming, screams of agony. I rushed to look out the window, but before I could see anything, my teacher stepped in front of me and told me it's better if I don't see anything. I sat down, curious to what had caused that girl so much pain that she had to scream. The classroom became deadly silent, still lost in my thoughts about the screaming girl. My eyes became heavy and I closed them for a while. I was awoken by another scream, followed by more, and then a loud bang. I then pushed my way through the crowd of students to the window, and what I saw next horrified not just me, but everyone who stood and looked out the window. We were all petrified of what could happen to us if we could be their next victim. I saw this thing. I have no idea what it's called. It has long black hair. It's covered in blood. There's blood dripping from its mouth, and it's wearing a white dress that comes to its knees and had holes in it. You can see that it has been severely injured. As it sees its next victim running down the hallway, it screeches and runs on all fours, head faced backwards. It runs after the girl from class 8. I knew that girl she was in my gym class. I sadly had to watch her slowly get devoured by the creature. I tugged on my friend's shirt and told her to see what is happening. All she said in return was, "It can sense us. We next." I felt shivers throughout my body. I felt my legs get numb. I heard a loud knock 3 times before it was dead silence. Everyone was petrified for what could happen. The girl who was crying suddenly stopped and turned to face the door. "I do not have a good feeling about this," she said to her boyfriend, whose fear was visible on his face. The one window that was open suddenly closed. It was strange because no one was anywhere near that window. I could feel that something was off. I just had no idea what. I reached down for a chair, ready to throw it at anything that came into the classroom. After seconds of having all that fear and anxiousness build up inside us, it had finally entered. As it walked, the air was heavy and the room started to smell like rotting corpse. It turned to look at the girl and her boyfriend, its face pale white. I didn't dare to look it in its eyes, but they did. It screeched it ran at them. The way it ran made me want to puke. It looked very disturbing. I watched in horror as the creature was slowly devouring them. I took my friend's hand and ran out of the classroom, and we both looked at each other when we reached the hallway, our eyes wide open to what we were witnessing. Dead bodies laying all over the hallways. How could one creature eat so much? Unless there was more. My friend, still standing there in shock, let out a scream, which she should not have done. The creature bolted across the room, leaving the couple behind, and took my friend in its hand and munched on her. I slowly but softly went back into the classroom, trying my best not to let out loud sobs as I watched the monster eat her piece by piece. She screamed loudly and cried out for help, but there was absolutely nothing I could do. With tears streaming down my face, I gradually closed the door. I walked to the corner of the room and sobbed softly. The teacher called us all and told us something that was upsetting and very shocking. This information I am about to disclose has to be the most crucial part of what is happening. He told that this happens every 20 years. This creature lives in the forest, and that is why we were forbid not to enter the forest. He also said it feeds on students of this school as revenge for building the school on its homeland. The creature was a human that has been bitten by some other entity. We cannot fully explain the origin of this creature. There are some secrets that you would be better of without. We have still yet to find out what and where this entity is. I asked on how to escape from here, but all the teacher had in response was, "There's no escape. Just be quiet and don't look it in the eye, and it won't attack you unless it's extremely hungry." I am currently writing this while sitting in the classroom, still hearing it munching on other students, not caring about their screams. I have no idea what how to cope with all these noises. I'm starting to lose hope. I'm wondering if we will ever get out. Everyone in the class is dead except me and one other kid who looks like he's about to burst out crying. I can't get out of here yet. I have to wait. I've been waiting for 3 days and 17 hours. I have no hope left. I still have no explanation to anything, but being here for 3 days is taking a toll on my health. I just want to leave. You think you're brave? Spend the next hour with me if you dare. These aren't just stories. They're real-life nightmares. Tonight, they're coming for you. My gated community has one rule: no laughing after dark. 1 week ago, my wife and I moved into a gated community called Bravaro, one of those cutout paradises with an aesthetic so vivid in photos, yet anemic in reality. After living there for 2 days, we moved to a hotel. It'll be our home for the foreseeable future. We just need to sell the property and find a new one. Anything, anywhere, far from Bravaro. That's the only requirement. The nefarious nature of that place only became apparent once the street's rule had been broken. No laughing after dark. Honey, I called, chuckling. What? My wife replied from the other room. Get in here and see this, I said. Rowan strolled into the lobby with a beam on her face, still intoxicated by our new home. She rubbed a loving hand down my back, tracing the curvature of my spine. What's got you smirking, Owen? She asked. This, I said, proudly displaying the leaflet that I'd found on the doormat. Rowan leaned forwards and read it alongside me. Dear Owen and Rowan, this is Irene from the Bravaro HOA. Welcome to day 1 of your new life in this safe, vibrant community. You've already met Gordon, our resident security guard, so you'll know that safety is of the utmost importance to us, and the vibrancy of this community is apparent, but it extends beyond superb landscaping and house-proud homeowners. It is the people who make this street vibrant. Parties and events, such as our regular garden gatherings and film nights, make this truly a place to call home. However, I do think it prudent to inform you of one particular rule that, without exception, will be enforced. There must be no laughing after dark. This is not a matter of noise. We understand that all residents will want to watch TV, listen to music, or simply talk. Noise is an unavoidable part of life, but laughter between sunset and sunrise is strictly prohibited in Bravaro. What constitutes as after dark? There is no specific time at which laughter must cease. After all, the sun sets around 4 o'clock in winter and nearly 10 o'clock at the height of summer. Moreover, there is a window of murkiness between day and night. You might be wondering when to keep quiet. If you want my advice, Mr. and Mrs. Neville, I would suggest that you not risk laughing once the day's light starts to fade. Once the sun starts to creep close to the horizon. But this is not a rule enforced in a black and white manner. It is not even a rule enforced by the HOA itself. Aside from that, there really is nothing to bear in mind. I do not run an oppressive association. You've already read and signed the contract. You know how we operate. Grow your hedges as tall as you wish. Paint your front door a garish color. Walk the streets after midnight, if you so wish. Just do not laugh after dark. I told you I didn't want to live with rich people. They're unhinged, my wife said. No laughing after dark? What sort of dystopian nonsense is that? I hate moving. There's always something that this estate agent fails to mention. Some catch with every too good to be true property. I sighed. Sure, there was the broken dishwasher in the first place, the busted taps in the second place, the oven that fell loose in the third place. Issues that the agents and homeowners should have mentioned, Rowan said. But I thought we were past all of that, Owen. I thought buying a house at such a sickening price meant that we'd be able to forego absurd problems. And this is worse than any of the issues in our old houses because we won't even be able to fix the problem. Of course we will. We shall become joyless husks, my dear wife, I sarcastically teased, maintaining a straight face as I embraced Rowan. For there is no laughter in Bravaro. This is a place of principles. Of sincerity, I say. Go forth, my wench, and prepare me a sandwich in the kitchen. My wife offered a blank face. Actually, there's no need to worry. No chance of laughing with you around. I could tell by the look on her lips that Rowan wanted to chortle. So did I. But, in spite of our sarcastic responses to the letter, my wife and I were still drawn to the setting sun beyond the window. And I knew we were thinking the same thing. It would be moronic not to follow the rule for the first night at least. I sensed that my wife felt just as uneasy as me. Felt as if this were more than HOA authoritarianism. Given how lax they seemed on all other fronts, the one rule was unsettling. Why laughter? Why that sound above all others? The sound of joy itself. It was too late to do anything on the first evening. I decided I would discuss the letter with the HOA chief the following day. I rang as soon as I woke up. "Owen Neville, so wonderful to receive a call from you." Irene heartily laughed the next morning. "How was your first night in Bravero?" "It was good," I uncertainly replied. "Irene, I'm calling you about the welcome letter." "Ah, I see. Did everything make sense?" she asked warmly, yet obliviously. I frowned, before realizing the woman obviously hadn't seen my face on the other end of the phone. Well, it was relatively straightforward. There wasn't much to digest, but one thing befuddled the two of us, the rule about laughter. Irene did not pause, and her bubbly tone did not falter. "Yes, no laughing after dark, that's all. I did explain how to interpret after dark. There is no exact cutoff point, no moment at which day becomes night. Do you understand?" I sighed. "It's not about that, Irene. It's about the nature of the rule itself. Does it not seem a little totalitarian to you? I'd understand a rule, such as no noise after 11 in the evening. But a rule about not laughing after dark is so oddly specific, and it doesn't seem warranted. I don't see why laughing would ever be worse than other noises that neighbors could make." I paused, but Irene said nothing, so I continued. "Plus, as you mentioned in the letter, the sun sets early in winter. Are you seriously suggesting that on Christmas Day, to give an example, Rowan and I wouldn't be able to have a joyous time with our family after, say, 3 or 4 in the afternoon?" "Not at all, Mr. Neville. Be as joyous as you want throughout the year," Irene gasped. "I'm only saying that you wouldn't be able to laugh after dark, not until the sun rises once more." I grumbled in frustration. I have to say, I'm more than frustrated to be learning of this rule after finalizing the contract. "Did you not talk to the letting agent about Bravero's HOA before purchasing the property, Mr. Neville?" Irene asked. "Yes," I spat. "I signed your association's agreement, and there was no mention of this rule in there. I know, because I read it again this morning. So, this isn't legally enforceable." "You're absolutely right, Mr. Neville. It isn't legally enforceable," Irene replied. I huffed anxiously. "Right. So, did I mention anything about a possible breach of our contract?" Irene interrupted. "Did I mention anything about the consequence of breaking the rule? Did I mention, for example, anything about seizing the property, should you not comply?" "Well, no," I said. "But what's the point of making a rule that you wouldn't be able to enforce?" "As I mentioned in the letter, Mr. Neville, I'm not the one who enforces it," Irene replied. "The HOA didn't make the rule. We simply inform." "I see," I muttered through clenched teeth, tiring of the irritatingly cheery busybody. "So what would be the consequence of my wife or I deciding to laugh after dark?" For the first time in our entire conversation, Irene fell silent, hesitated for a moment. Longer than a moment, in fact. It was her only sign of humanity throughout the call. The only sign that she was more than a pre-programmed series of chipper, dismissive statements. "This is an amazing neighborhood, Mr. Neville," Irene solemnly said. "The 50 residents of Bravero lead happy lives, and I hope you join them. I truly do. But we have all had to sacrifice something for such peace, such security from the outside world. And that something is laughter, Mr. Neville, but only during those dark hours of the day." "That's not an answer, Irene," I said. "What would be the consequence?" I wish you'd known the few poor souls who received an answer, Irene replied coldly. If you had, you wouldn't be asking questions. You'd not dare to laugh ever again. The curt woman, whose jolly demeanor had entirely dissipated, abruptly ended the call, and I was left sitting in my study for the rest of the day, ignoring messages from my boss and coworkers. Not only refusing to work, but refusing to move. That may seem a little extreme, but you'd understand my reaction if you'd overheard that call, if you'd lived on the street of Bravero for a mere 2 days, as my wife and I did, because we certainly didn't stay after what happened on the second night. I was stirred from my trance, which must have lasted hours, around 9 in the evening. Rowan had finally returned home from another late night at the hospital, and the slam of the front door seemed to finally bolt my frozen body from its paralysis. Still, the sudden return to reality didn't make me feel any better about the call with Irene. I didn't dismiss the rule as the overbearing control of a tyrannical association. No, I believed the old woman. I believed that something awful would happen if we were to laugh. I had no idea what that something might be, but I'm no fool. I wasn't going to wait for an answer. I didn't want an answer. I wanted my wife and I to sell our home. I wanted us to buy a hotel for a night and figure everything else out after that. Owen? Rowan called. I shakily stumbled out of the office, wondering what had possessed me, wondering why my heart was beating so quickly. Irene's just a power-hungry socialite, I told myself. You should hire a lawyer. Talk about this arbitrary rule, which wasn't included in the agreement. That was what the rational part of my brain said. However, the irrational part of my brain, the part steered by my sick gut, told me to ignore logic, ignore reason, and listen to that ever-present dread in my heart, the dread that told me to listen to Irene, the dread that told me to take my wife away from Bravero. By the time I reached the lobby, I was panting. Sweetie, My eyes widened when I saw that Rowan wasn't alone. Her colleague, Joanne, was standing beside her. My wife's friend wore a smile on her face. Sorry, it's been a wild day, Rowan sighed, walking over to me and planting a kiss on my cheek. I'm just going to lend Jo one of my dresses. She's got a fun night out planned for tomorrow. I'll be out of your hair in a jiffy, Owen, Joanne promised. I followed my wife upstairs and started whispering. Honey, I said, I talked to Irene. Something is very wrong with this place. What do you mean? My wife replied as we reached the upstairs landing. Did you tell her that the HOA didn't mention a noise rule in the agreement we signed? Yes, I said. She admitted that it isn't an official rule. Nothing that could be legally enforced. Good, Rowan smiled. Case closed, sweetheart. No, I shook my head. It isn't closed. She told me that the rule is enforced by... Well, she didn't say who enforces it. She just said some really disturbing things, Rowan. Said that others had learnt the consequence the hard way. She was giving me a warning. Or a threat. My wife frowned. Should we find an attorney? This isn't right. This bullying tactic. It must breach our contract or some law. We can fix all of that later, I said. Right now, I want to get out of here. What? Rowan asked. Sweetie, we just moved into this place. And I'm telling you to trust me, sweetie, I begged, still breathing heavily. Do you? Well, of course, Owen, but you're starting to make me anxious. My wife shivered. What did Irene say to you? It was her voice, Rowan. The way she mentioned the consequence. It wasn't right. Any of it. I think we should get out of here, I pleaded. I expected my wife to resist. Expected her to roll her eyes and say that life doesn't work that way. We just bought the house. To sell it immediately, based on an unnerving phone call, might seem a little extreme to some people. And if there were any other reason for my distrust, then I would absolutely agree. I'd argue that we should stand our ground, hire that attorney, laugh for hours in the comfort of our own home, simply despite the maniacs in charge. But I believed that woman, and Rowan clearly believed me. Okay, my wife nodded. I'll fetch that dress for Joanne, then we'll go to the hotel. But tomorrow, we have to sort everything. I smiled tearfully. Thank you, honey. What are you two doing up there? Didn't stumble into bed on your way to the wardrobe, did you? Joanne laughed loudly from downstairs. Ouch, my wife yelped. My fingers had involuntarily tightened like talons around Rowan's upper arms, but I immediately released her when I regained control, and then my eyes shot to the bedroom window, eyeing the darkness which painted the horizon. A sliver of sunlight persisted on that humid summer's evening, a glow at the end of a blackened tunnel. I prayed for the first time in my atheistic life, prayed that she had laughed before dark. Owen, Rowan whispered, lip trembling. Would you call it dark outside? I croaked. My wife's head rolled slowly to the window. Then she returned her frightful eyes to me. It'll be fine, honey. I'm sure it'll be fine. Joanne didn't know about the rule. We'll receive a slap on the wrist or something. Like you told me this morning, there was nothing about laughter in the contract. By the haunted look in Rowan's eyes, it was clear that she, like me, felt something. A foreboding ripple in the air, which felt and smelt like rotten breath. I felt it a day earlier, when we unloaded our belongings from the moving van. The sense that something hid within Bravero. A watcher. Hello, Joanne called again, chuckling. Won't she stop? I mumbled, clutching clumps of my hair. Come on, Rowan whimpered, clumsily plucking a blue gingham dress from the rack. She'll take this, leave, and then we'll leave too. Okay? I nodded, stepping in front of my wife and taking the dress from her. Then we walked across the landing, like weary prisoners on death row. I tentatively peered over the banister at Joanne, the smiling woman donning turquoise scrubs that matched those of my wife. I was frustrated and terrified in equal measure by the innocence of Rowan's friend, the ignorance. The problem wasn't simply that Jo hadn't read the letter, it was that she clearly didn't feel what Rowan and I felt. Though my wife and I had been jubilant on that first day in our new home, our property had been pre-furnished with a weighty blanket of darkness, something I'd read in Rowan's eyes, and I'm sure she must have read it in mine. You took your time, Joanne giggled, piercing my heart with fright for the third time. It made me laugh, seeing you run upstairs after her. Did Rowan need your fashion tips, Owen? Something like that, I whispered, hurriedly handing the dress to my wife's friend. Are you okay back there, Rowan? Joanne smiled, peering at my wife, who timidly stepped out from behind me. Come over shy all of a sudden. Now I'm starting to think you coy lovers really did get up to something. Ah, to be young again. Anyway, thank you very much, sweetheart. You're an absolute lifesaver. In this dress, I'm sure to catch the eye of... Joanne was interrupted, not by knocking on the door, not by the disappearance of lights in the house, not by any ominous sign I expected. She was interrupted by spontaneous choking, prompted by nothing that made sense. Joanne, Rowan gasped, rushing forwards. My wife managed to catch her frightened friend in outstretched arms. Tears swam in Joanne's eyes as her legs buckled and she gasped for air. Then Rowan started to perform the Heimlich maneuver as snot spilled from Joanne's nostrils, and I contended with the terror of witnessing somebody die. Several excruciating seconds later, with the slight crunch of Joanne's ribcage splintering, a vile stream of bile released from the back of her throat, and in the mess, which spread in a festering pool on the floor, there floated a crumpled piece of paper. Being the only non-squeamish member of the trio, and noting that the other two were still recovering from the trauma of Joanne's sudden fit, I knelt down to pluck the note from the lake of vomit. It bore neat printed lines of text in a minute font. After I scraped a streak of sick away, 2 sentences became legible. Expulsion notice. Please exit through the basement. I read the note aloud, whilst Joanne continued to splutter and my wife eyed me with confusion. So I read the note again and again. Joanne looked twice as perplexed as Rowan. I understood, of course. Understood that none of it seemed rational. We did not have an explanation for the note's mysterious arrival. Joanne hadn't swallowed the slip of paper. It had simply emerged at the top of her throat, corking her trachea. Not in an attempt to end her. Clearly, given the note's second sentence. Please exit through the basement, Joanne screamed as she flung the front door open. It revealed not the front porch, but the kitchen, and the back door of the house opened onto the front entryway. Windows opened onto the interiors of various other rooms throughout the house. This was the case not only for Joanne, but for Rowan and me too. We were all doomed to the same fate, trapped in a looping maze, and the horror of our predicament was unavoidable. We had one option. What happens if we listen to it? If we exit through the basement? My wife whispered. What is happening? Joanne wailed, barely registering anything. I shakily answered. You laughed, Joanne. I don't know why, but it's wrong. What are you saying? The woman shrieked tearfully, snot still staining her face. How did that appear in my throat? We don't understand it either, Rowan whispered, holding her friend's hand whilst turning to me. But we have to try the basement. It's the only room we've avoided. I gulped, nodding, and Joanne sobbed whilst I led the two of them to the door. It opened with a slight creak, and I should have breathed a sigh of relief at seeing the basement's darkened staircase rather than a portal to another room in the house. But there was no wave of euphoria, only that blackened tide of fear rolling towards my mind, threatening something worse than an end. I was haunted by the idea that death might be a kinder fate than whatever lay below. I guided us into the darkness, taking fragile steps and spinning my head frequently to ensure that Rowan and Joanne remained behind me. Once we reached the lightless basement floor, the door at the top of the stairs loudly closed, and I fumbled for the light switch, but it was gone. There seemed to be nothing down there. None of our unpacked boxes, no shelving units, nothing. Just an empty, unlit room, a black expanse. What now? Joanne timidly asked. I have no idea, I replied. We should look for an exit, Rowan said. This is the exit, I pointed out. That's what the note said. No, Joanne said. My wife agreed. Joe's right. There must be more to it than that. No, Joanne repeated, interrupting her more forcefully. Joe, are you okay? Rowan asked, shuffling around and grabbing my arm. Is that you? No, it's me, I said, taking my wife's hand. I thought you were holding on to Joanne. No, Joe, where are you? She queried fearfully. No, Joanne sobbed, her voice and presence seeming to grow more distant. And then came laughter, not a kind laugh, not a laugh of joy, not even a mocking one. It was a laugh devoid of soul, devoid of life, one that seemed to serve simply as the welcome to some eternal nightmare, one that Joanne seemed to be blindly walking towards, willfully or not. I clutched at air or a void with my free hand, desperate to find her, but she was gone. Stop it, Joe cried, sounding far too distant for such a compact basement. Why are you laughing? Show yourself. Who's there? Where are... Oh God, no. What are you? What are you? My wife's friend screamed as she saw something in the dark. Something that Rowan and I did not see. Something I know was too terrible for living eyes. As Joanne had perished, I'm not sure how I knew that. I simply understood that she would not return to the land of the living. I understood that she was not simply exiting Bravro. She was exiting reality, and she would not be entering some joyous afterlife. I had no doubt that a hellish, torturous eternity awaited. Squeaking wood sounded, and I rotated my head. Rowan and I had only walked a few steps from the staircase, but it was inexplicably 100 yards behind us. The open door at the top of the stairs cast light from the lobby. It was the only visible thing in the void which had swallowed Joanne. The void that still threatened to swallow Joanne and me. Come on, I yelled, dragging my wife behind me. As we darted towards the escape, I started to feel something more physical in the absence of the room, a manifestation of the dark tide that had been approaching on my mind. Joanne whimpered incoherently from a place both near and distant. It's Owen, Rowan cried as we reached the stairs. We have to go, I ordered, pushing my wife onto the first step. "Please, Owen," she begged. "There must be something, some way to save her." I turned for a moment and immediately felt a searing pain in my brain. That black tide had finally arrived, washing away all the joy in my soul, bringing not suffering, but the promise of suffering. It was a warning from whatever lay in the deepness of that basement, whatever thing outside of the HOA enforced the rule. Rowan and I had obeyed that rule. Joanne had not. My wife and I were being offered safe passage from the terror. We were on the stairs, mere yards away from safety. But I considered it for a moment, considered what my wife had said. There had to be a way of saving Joanne, in place that defied all spatial laws. I still felt the presence of Rowan's friend, felt her cries burrowing deeply into my ears, as distant as they sounded. I realized that the place was a trick. She might only be yards from us. I could do something. But the Watcher read my thoughts, read my intent to plunge into the darkness and rescue the poor woman. That likely would have broken some other unspoken rule, for a hand stretched from the black. And it did not belong to Joanne. It was a skeletal, six-fingered appendage, cloaked in ragged, ripped strips of gray skin. It was not skin at all, of course, just as the hand was not a hand. It was not anything that belonged to anyone. Worst of all, I know it did not even belong to the Watcher. The hand was a tool used to make its point. If I had seen even a sliver of that thing's true form, I would have been broken like Joanne. Whatever enforced the rule of joyless evenings in Bravro, it did not come from anywhere earthly, and it did not take Joanne anywhere earthly. I screamed, backing away from the fingers as they sought to snatch me. Perhaps, by returning to the dark and searching for Joanne, I would have faced the same horrible doom, but I didn't allow myself to find out. I narrowly swerved the fingers and followed Rowan clumsily up the stairs before slamming the door behind us. The two of us ran to the front entrance, and Rowan pushed down the handle to reveal a wonderful sight. Our porch, our driveway, more importantly. We did not stop to pack, did not stop to think. We bundled into the car, drove away from Bravro, and promised never to look back. A few days have passed, and we've decided not to return to collect our things. Even at the sun's high point of the day, I wouldn't risk uttering even the slightest giggle in Bravro. Besides, there are things worse than material loss, things worse than death even, but I never gazed at those things, and I pray I never will. I pray for something truly awful, in truth. I wish that Joanne had died before seeing whatever she saw. Someone tried to save me 158 times. When tragedy strikes, it unfolds in the most unexpected ways. There are no ominous narrations or suspenseful melodies, no hints that the ordinary will suddenly transform into an extraordinary event. In an instant, a cataclysm can reveal its devastating maw, leaving chaos and despair for those left to witness. The air was chilly in November, and amidst the anticipation of a 4-day Thanksgiving weekend, the impending doom of finals loomed, clouding our excitement. That morning, I was in my science class, doing my best on the final exam. Too quickly, in the blink of an eye, everything changed. The events that followed were both awe-inspiring and terror-inducing. As I recall, we were finalizing the evidence for our report when my ears popped as if I had rolled down the window of a speeding car. A jarring rumble shook the classroom, accompanied by a deafening blast that robbed me of breath. The fire alarm wailed as water rained down, drenching us. I sprang up from my desk with an odd adrenal focus. We hastily made our way toward the aisle, abandoning our finals. Surprisingly, we maintained a semblance of order. The fire alarm blared as our teacher guided us out, and we obeyed in a mix of fear and trust. Like frightened animals, we followed the teacher's lead, navigating the corridors to the nearest exit. We had to walk past my mom's classroom, and I wondered if I'd see her getting her kids out. As I turned the corner, her classroom came into full view, and what I beheld was a nightmare made manifest. My heart seemed to stop, yet its frantic pounding was louder than ever. My mother's classroom door, torn off its hinges, lay in a shattered heap against the opposite wall. The threshold was consumed by a furious inferno, raging uncontrollably. I was now the one to stand witness to this wake. I don't know what compelled me to charge into that blazing maw. Was it a delusion of invincibility, a desperate belief that I could save her like a superhero? Or was it a simple act of need, driven by an unexplainable force? I cannot say even now. I pushed through the flames and smoke, and as soon as I crossed the threshold, the fire ceased its anger. Descending the staircase with the grace of a stumbling infant, I hardly registered the loss of footing halfway down. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, dulling the pain as I tumbled, and I regained my balance on the final steps. And there, at the bottom step, an impossible coldness enveloped me. The chill of the air permeated my senses as I departed the bottom step. Inside the room, obscured by dense smoke, the cries of anguish echoed. A nervous sweat broke out on my brow as I ventured forward, guided by the sound. The acrid stench of burning flesh and hair assaulted my senses, threatening to overpower me. Gradually, my eyes adjusted to the darkness, granting me the unwelcome gift of sight. I wish they had failed me. The horrifying images etched deeply into my psyche, charred bodies strewn across the floor, their limbs twisted and contorted. Some still smoldered, becoming consumed by thin lines of crimson that crawled greedily along their blackening skin, reducing it to ash. The scene was catastrophic. It was repulsive. A nauseating sensation crept up from within, that familiar prelude to vomiting. I fought to suppress it, driven by an instinct to reach the crying emanating from an overturned desk in the far corner of the room. That must be my mom. She's still alive, I thought naively. My path was obstructed by the lifeless forms of classmates. Deep down, my gut warned me to leave, but I ignored it. Almost reaching the desk, my attention was drawn to yet another body lying in my path. This one was slightly larger than the others. It took only a moment to realize the unthinkable. This was my mother. Her right side was gruesomely absent, her eyes clouded with milky white, and her jaw hung slack. She had lost an arm and a leg. Dead. My mother lay lifeless at my feet. The sound of sobbing erupted again, originating from behind the desk. No discernible words, just heartbroken sobs. Setting aside my grief for the moment, aided by shock, I left my mother's side to reach this person. The true magnitude of the disaster had not yet fully sunk in, the realization that no one could have survived. The crying grew louder as I approached, echoing not only in my ears, but in my thoughts. It drowned out the clamor of the alarms. It was as if I was ensnared in a waking dream, where the cries became my sole focus, blotting out every other sense. Reaching the desk, I cautiously peered behind it, my eyes drawn to a huddled figure in the corner. His blackened skin mirrored the others, and he possessed little remaining hair. Tremors coursed through his body as he faced the wall, his arms extended limply, wrists hanging from his forearms. "Hey," I yelled. "Are you okay? Can you move?" I said as I maneuvered around the desk. Looking back on it now, it was incredibly obvious that he wasn't okay. No response. Perhaps the explosion had damaged his hearing. Instinctively, I reached out and grasped his hand. The moment our skin made contact, the crying ceased and the tremors subsided. Slowly, he began to turn his head towards me, his neck moving with jerky, disjointed snaps, and then I beheld his face. Leathery skin clung to his emaciated skull, while his wide eyes, milky gray and white, mirrored my mother's. Through a slackened jaw, brown teeth peeked out, devoid of lips. His broken nose sat withered upon his face. Completely naked, his leathery skin continued down his skeletal frame, with patches peeling off, revealing a putrid yellow fluid oozing from the infected wounds. I stood there in shock, taking in his convulsions and heaves. Suddenly, his head rocked like that of a newborn, and he took a ragged, strained breath. Then, he let out a sound unlike anything I had ever heard. But that's not the right way to describe it. The sound triggered a sensation within me, a feeling that wasn't entirely my own. I was engulfed by an overwhelming grief, an intense pain that consumed me entirely. Guilt, as I had never known, washed over me, threatening to drown me in its depths. I recoiled from the desk, stumbling backwards until I fell onto my mother's charred remains. A cloud of ash billowed forth, caressing my face as I gasped for air. I inadvertently inhaled the plume of my mother's ash. I vomited on myself, tears streaming uncontrollably. Crawling on my hands and knees, I distanced myself from the nightmare, my existence teetering on the brink. I crawled and then ran once I regained my footing. I ran out of that room, up the stairs, through the engulfing flames, through the school, past my bewildered classmates. I kept running. I ran until my legs could no longer bear the weight of my body and my shattering reality. Just keep running. Eventually, I collapsed in a local park where the police discovered me. The cold, crisp grass cradled my face, leaving damp imprints in unison with my tears. The officer who found me sat silently beside me in the field, offering no words of advice nor encouragement. We both began to shiver as the cold crept into our bones. I laid in that field till I succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a fitful sleep. I was so utterly exhausted when the officer drove me home. I awoke to a reality that felt both distant and surreal. The following year slipped away in a haze, an amalgamation of twisting memories and blurred moments. I found myself residing in my mother's home, under the temporary custody of my aunt and uncle. The settlement from the life insurance payout, locked away in a conservatorship, offered a glimmer of financial security. Grateful for their decision, I thanked my lucky stars that my aunt did not seize the opportunity to claim the money as her own. Instead, she handed me a substantial sum of cash. It was an overwhelming amount for a 17-year-old to possess while grappling with the weight of newfound responsibility. In due course, I was granted emancipation, propelled forward by financial freedom. Little did I know that this freedom would become a catalyst for a destructive spiral, deepening the void within my soul with every regretful choice. The passing months merged, as if time itself was nothing more than a fleeting illusion. I was constantly oscillating between moments of heroin-induced intoxication and near unconsciousness. My days were spent in a perpetual state of chasing a fragile equilibrium. And so, as predictable and anticlimactic as it may sound, I succumbed to the overwhelming grip of a heroin overdose. I vaguely recall the nature documentary playing in the background as I craved another hit. Preparing the syringe, I found a suitable vein, and the liquid bliss coursed through my veins, flooding my senses. Was it my fifth hit? Sixth, more than I had ever done before. The rush surged through my body with an intensity I couldn't bear. My balance faltered, and I collapsed onto the couch, my head spinning in a disorienting haze. I slipped into unconsciousness, unaware of the vomit that spilled forth from my mouth. At that moment, I believe I was on the brink of death. In my haziness, I faintly recall the piercing scream someone entered the front door. I must have appeared as a visual embodiment of the death I had longed for. It was my aunt who discovered me in that state, a sight she never deserved to see. She was far too good to be exposed to the wretchedness that had become me. Rehabilitation became an inevitable path I had to tread. My therapist posited that the horrors I witnessed in my mother's classroom were projections of my mind, personifications of the hellish experiences I endured. In the ensuing months, I grappled with a profound sense of worthlessness, despite the earnest efforts of those around me. Weeks continued to bleed into months, and progress toward emotional and mental recovery became a slow, agonizing burn. No matter the tools and coping mechanisms I acquired, no matter the mental acrobatics I performed, I found myself sinking deeper into the abyss. The insidious cravings for substances clung to my heart with sickening tenacity. By the end of that year, I retreated into seclusion, abandoning my education and embracing a life of isolation. Depression became my constant companion, blurring the days into an indistinguishable haze. I traded one vice for countless others, escaping reality that operates through endless hours of pornography and video games, despising every fiber of my existence late into the solitary nights. Even in sleep, I found no respite. My nights were tormented by relentless nightmares, unyielding in their pursuit of stealing away what little rest I had left. At my emotional nadir, I ceased to care for even my most basic needs. My body, an instrument of survival, was now perpetually hunched, bent by the weight of my deteriorating state. I had become a repugnant wreck, a physical manifestation of the turmoil within my mind. I was a mirror reflecting the distorted image of my shattered mentality. The battle against my demons was slipping through my fingers, and I was losing myself in the process. In time, my life embarked on a transformative journey, emerging from the shattered remnants of an existence that had unwittingly become my solace. It began with a simple spark, an eruption of laughter. It was not a mere chuckle or a fleeting smirk. It was a belly-deep laugh that reverberated within me. The sound itself was foreign to my ears, stirring confusion and exhilaration. At that moment, I felt immense pride swell within me. Soon after, I shed my former self, transitioning from a reanimated corpse to an animated being. My new addiction became growth, and I pursued it with fervor. I constructed a fortress, a barricade to withstand the relentless onslaught of my mind. I tamed the internal chaos that had consumed me, gradually reclaiming control over my destiny. With every strange step, I crawled a feeble yet indomitable way up that treacherous mountain. Knowing I had to venture beyond my childhood home to nurture my emotional development, I decided without hesitation. I relinquished my home to my aunt, packed my belongings, and embarked on a journey to Florida. Florida became my homestead. I found refuge in a vacation cabin amidst the serenity of the Everglades. There were no neighbors for miles around, and the land belonged to a kind couple whom were seldom present. The cabin, nestled within a dense, humid forest, provided ample opportunity to confront my innermost thoughts, aiding my recovery. Though reclusive, I reveled in newfound freedom. The forest around me was a testament to nature's magnificence. It thrived with beauty, teeming with life and vibrant hues. Birds sang, insects hummed, and the sun set gracefully. It was a stark contrast to the desolate nights I had once known. Occasionally, I would venture to an ocean-fed creek a stone's throw away, indulging in peaceful fishing. With each passing day, I slowly fortified my resolve, gathering the shattered pieces of my courage. The journey ahead remained daunting, but still, a glimmer of hope illuminated the path ahead. I clung to the belief that someday, somehow, I would break free from the clutches of this fear. It was precisely what I had yearned for. My life had become my own again. Though the memories of that night still carried pain, they had become more bearable. I was on the verge of uttering those elusive words, "I am happy," until the nightly lamentations found me, the anguished cries piercing the silence, a relentless reminder of the entity that haunted me. Sleep became an elusive luxury, for as darkness descended, the wails shattered any chance of rest. Daylight offered a brief respite. The cries became a force that unleashed forgotten pain, shattering the barricade I had erected. The dormant rancor within me stirred, awakening with a vengeance. My inner turmoil returned, engulfing me in a tempest that left me gasping for breath. My resilience crumbled like sand slipping through trembling fingers. The laughter that once danced upon my lips died in my throat. I broke quickly, so quietly. Then one night, I stirred from a nap that had inadvertently consumed me. A strange sensation tugged at my consciousness, rousing me from my slumber. The room was shrouded in stale silence, the clock displaying 1:26 a.m. It was the dead of night, yet mercifully devoid of the haunting cries. With cautious curiosity, I rose from my seat and made my way toward the front door, spurred by newfound audacity. I recall thinking I should step outside, prove to myself that nothing is there, prove the crying is simply in my head. As I approached the door, I envisioned walking outside and wondered where I should go. That night, the air was eerily calm, devoid of the usual bug song. I pressed my face against the small window on the door, peering into the darkness beyond, fully expecting to find only an indistinct shadow. But to my horror, there it stood, staring back at me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. Our faces were separated by a mere fraction of an inch of glass, locked in a macabre face-to-face encounter. A cacophony of screams erupted, shattering the once tranquil air and sending tremors through my home. The glow from the kitchen illuminated his face, etching its haunting contours deep within my mind. His quivering jaw moved erratically, a grotesque dance of opening and closing with each labored breath. Each exhale birthed a clinging mist, smearing the glass with intricate patterns, transforming its surface into eerie artistry. His vacant eyes remained fixed ahead, devoid of recognition, as if ensnared within the clutches of unyielding madness. With unsteady steps, he gradually retreated, his form shrinking into a crouched position mere feet away from my door. There was no denying the presence before me. Frozen in shock, I stood there, grappling with a maelstrom of emotions, fear, curiosity, and twisted fascination intertwined, forming a turbulent whirlwind of conflicting impulses. Though an unsettling truth settled within me, there was no denying the raw reality of his existence. This was no figment of my imagination. It was a chilling encounter with a realm beyond comprehension. My scream tore through the air, an instinctual response fueled by primal emotions. No coherent words could encapsulate the overwhelming turmoil within me. Anger, fear, and frustration merged into a sickening sensation that gnawed at my core. I had grown tired of sleepless nights and a life that no longer felt like mine. I had escaped across the country to flee from this, yet here it was, huddled just feet away, mocking my desperate attempt at solace. It felt like a cruel joke my own mind was playing on me. "Leave me alone," I shouted, my voice cracking as tears streamed down my face. "Please, just leave me alone." My cries resembled the agonized wails of a wounded and trapped animal, raw and untamed. Outside, the creature continued its relentless screams, rising to its feet again with a disjointed movement. It approached my door, its contorted posture resembling the grotesque position of a late-stage tetanus patient, skin tearing as it leaped. "Leave me alone," I yelled again, unleashing a surge of pent-up emotion that had been dormant for far too long. But my plea fell upon rotting ears that could not comprehend or sympathize. It reached my door. I had rehearsed this moment in my mind. Over and over, I had imagined how I would confront and eradicate this embodiment of my deteriorating sanity. I had chosen this entity as the symbol of my mental decline, the effigy upon which my deserved future lay flayed in a blood eagle-like fashion, offered to the altar of my current reality. Driven by panic and rage, I grabbed the fire axe above my table, my body moving mechanically as I propelled myself back toward the barrier that separated us. A wordless scream of terror, revulsion, and hatred erupted from deep within me as I crashed through the door, my clenched teeth unable to contain the overwhelming intensity of my emotions. The creature was struck by the door, its body forcefully pushed backward, eliciting a feral gasp from its throat. Now, I was determined to end it. "Kill it. Kill me. Candle. Kill." The words reverberated in an unsettling loop within my mind, out of sync with each other, fueling my purpose as I prepared to face the culmination of my anguish. In a whirlwind of uncontrolled movement, I tumbled down the steps, my body flailing as I crashed onto the ground. Before I could fully process the fall, I found myself on my feet, instinctively rising without conscious thought. And there it was, face to face with me, its breath uncomfortably warm and sticky against my skin. The putrid stench of decay invaded my nostrils, causing me to recoil in demoralized repulsion. I felt my courage waver and my resolve crumble. I realized I was not strong enough, not capable of facing this. I backpedaled until I was pressed against the wall of my house. Then it screamed, convulsed, and trembled before me, its milky eyes fixed on an unseen horizon. Its hands stretched out, reaching for something beyond my comprehension. With that scream, a surge of courage and rage flooded my being. It was the same as it had been all those years ago in the school, an overwhelming flood of emotions that were not truly mine to feel. It's difficult to articulate, but I embodied those emotions and allowed them to engulf me, to consume me. Kill. The word reverberated relentlessly in my mind. Springing forward with a wild scream, I swung the axe with all my might, the blade sinking deep into its side. The sensation of bone deflecting the force of my strike is etched into my memory, never to be forgotten. Blood and other fluids sprayed from the wound as it took a few faltering steps to the side, pushed by the momentum of my assault. The creature ceased its cries, its tremors, its breath. Time stood still, and it finally turned to look at me. Fear held me captive under its gaze. We stared at each other, locked in a moment that felt like an eternity. Foul breath washed over me once more, seeping into my senses. Beyond that, nothing happened. We simply stood there, locked in a silent exchange. I willed my frozen bones to thaw, my mind transitioning from terror and frenzied rage to something else. It wasn't pride, but rather a different, indescribable emotion, yet it carried a sense of triumph, I believe. Unbeknownst to me, it had reached out and gently grasped my arm, its touch going unnoticed until it began to speak. I never meant to scare you, he rasped, his voice torn and ragged, struggling to emerge between shallow breaths. I'm sorry. This has to happen to you, it uttered, its words filled with agony and desperation. Tears welled up in its eyes, a flicker of pain crossing its face as its ragged hand clutched at the axe lodged in its new laceration. Please, kill me, he wheezed, his plea reverberating in my mind and reaching my ears simultaneously. With its other hand, it gripped the axe and brought the blade to its neck. Kill me. Candle. Kill. Now. The final word echoed like an explosion within my head as its hand pressed against my face. Everything plunged into total darkness for a fragmented moment as I swung the axe. Suddenly, I felt myself hurtling through space, a void engulfing me. The air grew cold, and the wind whipped past, intensifying the disorienting descent. I screamed in a frenzy of confusion and terror, my voice lost in the abyss. Downward, I plummeted, faster and faster, the nauseating sensation overwhelming me. Did I die? Is this death? I'm dead. Thoughts of my imminent demise gripped my courage, but I resisted, unwilling to accept my fate just yet. In the distance, far below, a growing light pierced through the darkness. Fresh tears streamed down my face, blurring my vision and making it difficult to gauge the proximity of the light and how much time remained before I would be halted by the unforgiving ground. But it was rapidly approaching. I squeezed my eyes shut, unleashing a scream that echoed through the void. In the face of imminent death, I summoned every ounce of defiance within me. I want to live. The words echoed in my mind, a fervent plea, repeating like a mantra. I curled into a protective ball, bracing myself for the impending impact that would mark my brutal end. Seconds stretched into eternity as I awaited the inevitable. Then, with a soft and gentle thud, I collided with the ground, the impact akin to falling off a couch. A feeble whimper escaped me, carrying away the remnants of my shattered pride. Slowly, I uncoiled my limbs and remained still, a mix of confusion and exhaustion paralyzing me. Was this death, or had I somehow managed to survive? At the very least, I was conscious. I reached out with my hands, feeling the texture of the hardwood floor beneath me. I attempted to open my eyes, but darkness engulfed everything, rendering me blind to my surroundings. Rolling onto my back, I extended my arms as far as they would go, searching for walls that eluded my touch, instead only finding a formless nothingness. A new fear emerged as a creeping suspicion arose. Did I even have a face? With trepidation, I brought my unseen hands towards my face, and a sharp sting shocked me as my dirty, sweaty fingers met my open eyes. It burned, and a faint chuckle escaped my lips, mingling with tears that continued to cascade down my face. I released a weak, triumphant sigh, throwing my arm in the air, and darkness claimed me once more, my consciousness slipping away. When I awoke, I found myself in an unfamiliar hallway, illuminated by ethereal torchlight. Glancing around from my position on the floor, I took in the details of my surroundings. The hallway stretched endlessly in both directions, its warped and aged dark wood floors covered in a thick layer of dust. On each side of me, 2 doors stood, adorned with handles clad in aged bronze. The peeling, curling white paint of doors cast small shadows that danced in the flickering flames. Ornate red and gold walls framed the hall, extending into the distance without interruption. The air hung still, thin, cold. I pushed myself upright, drawing a reflexive breath just to find that my lungs refused to cooperate. I couldn't draw in the air, an unsettling revelation that further shook my fragile state. Yet, amidst the disquietude, an unexpected acceptance settled upon me. Maybe I truly am dead, I mused, while massaging the space between my eyes. And perhaps this is limbo, or some other place beyond the realm of the living. Standing before the doors, I brushed off the accumulated dust as my fingers traced the bronzed knobs. I attempted to turn the knob of the door on my right. It remained resolute, refusing to budge with my attempt. I turned my attention to the door on my left, hoping for a different outcome. Yet, once again, my efforts proved fruitless. The doors remained firmly shut, denying me entry. A sense of resignation settled over me as I contemplated the possibility that I had indeed entered a land of limbo or purgatory where the deceased wandered aimlessly, seeking answers and respite. If there were lessons to be learned or tasks to be fulfilled, I had yet to discover them. But the absence of purpose, the prospect of eternal nothingness, weighed heavily on my soul. With a deep breath, I made the conscious decision to venture further into the darkness, forsaking the dwindling light behind me. Hours turned into an indeterminate passage of time as I traversed the corridor, my hand trailing along beside me against the cold surface of the wall. Surprisingly, fatigue and hunger eluded me, further reinforcing the notion that I probably died. If this was the extent of my existence, an eternal cycle of aimless wandering, I yearned for something more. The prospect of mere nothingness, devoid of purpose or meaning, felt like a reality abandoned by the gods long ago. Determination and desperation mingled within me, urging me to maintain my pace and to keep moving forward despite the uncertainty. And then, a sudden burst of light ruptured the darkness behind me, catching me off guard. The icy tendrils of fear gripped my chest, causing me to flail and stumble, my yelp swallowed by the darkness. With a surprising display of grace, I flopped heavily on my stomach. I clambered to my feet and swiftly turned around, propelled by a sense of desperate longing. I hurtled toward the newfound light, driven by an unspoken fear that it would fade if I didn't reach it in time. Desperation fueled my actions as I lunged for the handle of the nearest door, seeking the anchor to halt my momentum. The handle remained steadfast, unyielding, as it abruptly halted my chaotic trajectory. I clutched the doorknob with both hands, pouring every ounce of strength to my attempt to pry it open. I threw my weight against the door, pulled, hit, kicked, and pleaded, but the door remained unafflicted. Exhausted and defeated, I crumpled against the door, collapsing to my knees. I buried my face in my folded arms. The tears flowed freely once again as a sense of hopelessness enveloped me. What was the point? There was nowhere to go, no escape from this damn place. I was trapped, imprisoned within my own personal purgatory. This was my punishment. Reality began to fracture, my veil of ignorance slowly lifting. Could I truly be dead? The realization dawned upon me, shattering the feeble illusion of safety and acceptance. I wasn't okay. I wasn't safe. The weight of my unease bore down upon me, threatening to consume what little resolve remained. In the face of uncertainty, I whispered the truth that echoed within my being. I'm not okay. I rolled onto my side, curling into a tight ball, clutching my legs close to my chest. I surrendered to the oceans that consumed me. I ceased all efforts, resigned to my fate. Time lost all meaning as I lay there motionless, accumulating layers of dust upon my immobile body. Months or perhaps years passed in this frozen state. I remained frozen, a monument to despair and defeat. The weight of my surrender bore down upon me, and I grew stagnant in body and spirit. As time passed, a small voice emerged from the depths of my being, offering tiny shards of defiance. It urged me to continue, questioning why I should give up. The relentless nagging of that voice eroded the staleness of my resolve, and so, with great effort, I gave in to the persistent beckoning within. I began to stir, my brittle bones creaking and cracking in response to the tentative movements. Every inch of my being protested, muscles screaming as I defied the platitudes that had held me captive. The desire for something different, something more, ignited within me. It took time, but I managed to rise to a sitting position. My body clung stubbornly to the remnants of my self-imposed stagnation, resisting my will. But I knew I had to move. Just move. I whispered those two simple words to myself, a mantra in the stillness. With each painful twitch and every tear in my flesh, I pressed forward. The blinding light pierced through the darkness, and I quickly shielded my eyes. The hallway, once shrouded in darkness, was now ablaze with the furious glow of burning candles, illuminating every inch of the endless walls adorned with their white doors. Shielding my eyes from the searing exposure, I recoiled from the scorching heat that began to radiate from the flames. I peered through the gaps in my fingers, and a sight greeted me that filled my heart with renewed hope. There, at the end of the hallway, lay an exit, a definite continuation beyond these confines. A rush of motivation coursed through my veins, igniting a fire within my soul. Leaning against the wall for support, I willed my legs to carry me forward, pushing past the pain with each step. The longing to reach that final door consumed me, drowning out the agony. I moved with a shaky shuffle that evolved into a stiff, determined speed walk. In retrospect, I can only imagine the nightmarish image I presented. But at that moment, all I wanted was to reach the end, to embrace the promise it held. With each passing door, I caught glimpses of their numbered plaques. 37, 39, 41, 43. The numbers ascended. I found myself running soon enough. The blinding light soon seared through my closed eyelids, a new symphony of pain. Perhaps I should have gauged the distance to the end, but in my blind pursuit, I collided with the ending wall with a resounding thud. The impact broke my nose, and I tumbled to the floor, disoriented and wounded. As my body sprawled upon the ground, the once illuminated candles in the hallway extinguished one by one, enveloping the space behind me in impenetrable darkness. Yet, amidst the obscurity, one candle remained defiantly aflame. The candle beside the door labeled number 158. Its flickering glow drew my gaze, anchoring me to the present. Candle, candle. The word reverberated within the recesses of my mind, its significance echoing relentlessly. And then, like a distant echo from the past, a strained and familiar voice permeated my thoughts. Kill candle, it urged, a haunting reminder of the encounters I had faced. The voice, bearing the same ragged quality that had sent chills down my spine before, emerged from the darkness, piercing the silence with its command. A low, ominous rumble stirred in the distance, a sound foreign and unsettling to my ears. It started as a mere murmur, barely perceptible, but gradually swelled in volume, intensifying with each passing moment. The air itself seemed to thicken and vibrate with distraught energy, a growing force that quelled the surroundings. I felt it from deep inside my being. It was the sound of impending doom, a creeping darkness that threatened to swallow everything in its path. As the rumble resonated through the depths of my being, a profound distress began growing within me. It crawled beneath my skin, coiling around my muscles and sinew with a chilling grip. The sensation of impending nothingness clawed at my very core, filling me with a deep-seated dread. It was a fear unlike any I had ever experienced, a realization that I stood at the precipice of an inevitable and irrevocable end. The weight of this knowledge settled heavily with a visceral stab of anxiety that sent tremors through me. The world around me seemed to hold its breath, as if bracing for the impending collision with an unimaginable force. I stood helplessly transfixed, caught between fight and flight. A deer in headlights. The rumble grew louder, reverberating with a resonance that shook very fabric of reality, and it quivered under its weight. With trembling hands, I clutched at the doorknob. My small rattles quickly became me desperately trying to twist it open, but the doorknob remained stubbornly locked. The rumble grew louder as the unstoppable force closed in on me. Panic surged within me, causing me to frantically shake the door with wild desperation, but still, it resisted, unyielding to my futile attempts. That feeling grew ever stronger, and I became ever more frantic. I felt as though I fell into the quicksand of insanity. Kill. Candle. The words thundered in my mind, echoing over the impending roar that threatened to consume me. It was a command, a directive to extinguish the flame. In a moment of clarity, amidst the chaos, I realized what I had to do. I reached out, smothering the candle's flame with my bare hand, and at last, the door swung open. I was violently thrust forward, pulled into the void. The deafening roar receded, replaced by a disorienting rush of motion as I spun and flailed, completely at the mercy of another unseen force. Control slipped from my grasp once more, leaving me to surrender to the unknown as I flipped and spun through the void once again. Abruptly, the tumult ceased, and I found myself standing outside my own house, a surreal tableau, frozen in time. There, I witnessed an enigmatic moment, a version of myself suspended mid-swing, the axe poised to strike the creature's neck. It was a fractured moment of the reality I had left behind all that time ago, a moment frozen in space and time. Taking a hesitant step forward, I was abruptly hurled back into my own body, the fragments of my existence reuniting. Time resumed its course, and I felt the weight of the axe as it carried out its intended purpose. The blade connected with a solid, metallic impact, tearing a new rift in the fabric of reality. I was again plunged into a jarring darkness. The whirlwind of confusion was the only thing familiar anymore. The musty scent of familiarity, reminiscent of my high school days, filled the air, punctuating the otherwise suffocating silence. In an instant, my vision returned, but this time with a disorienting rush accompanied by dizzying vertigo. I found myself standing in the classroom where my mother used to teach, a place I hadn't set foot in for years. Confusion clouded my thoughts as I turned my gaze to the left, and there she was, my mother staring at me in disbelief. A collective gasp rose from the students, their eyes fixed upon me with fear and horror. The weight of their stares pressed upon me, making me acutely aware of the unusual circumstances I found myself in. I glanced at my feet in habitual embarrassment, and there I noticed the axe embedded in the gas line, emitting an ominous hiss that sliced through the thick silence. My eyes darted back to my mother, and on her desk, illuminated by a solitary burning candle, my gaze fixated. The word echoed relentlessly in my mind, its significance growing with each repetition. Candle, the candle, the candle. In a reflexive surge of urgency, I released my grip on the axe, discarding any semblance of thought, and propelled myself toward the desk. But my efforts were in vain, for as my fingers reached out, a catastrophic chain of events unfurled before me. In an instant, the classroom erupted in a fierce eruption, an inferno that devoured everything in its path. The sheer force of the explosion shook the very foundation of reality, hurling me against a wall. my body crumpling behind a nearby desk. Charred and broken, my form bore the scars of the blast, yet my consciousness stubbornly clung on. I felt pain unparalleled to any other I'd experienced so far. Amid the chaos, I gathered myself and began to crawl toward my mother's mangled figure. She lay there, torn asunder, yet desperately still clinging to life. With every ounce of strength left in me, I painstakingly dragged my injured body toward her, my movements a testament to sheer determination. My hand reached out, seeking connection, but instead encountered a severed limb. Undeterred, I reached my mother, and she extended her remaining arm. Seizing my hand with a desperate grasp, our bond unbroken even in the face of such devastation. "Mom," I sobbed, my voice choked with anguish. Tears streamed down my face as I knelt over her broken form. "Mom, I'm sorry," I cried out, my words punctuated by deep sobs. "I'm so sorry, Mom." Her eyes met mine, and in that delicate moment, she mustered all she had to utter a sweet whisper. "I love you," she barely managed, a weak attempt at a smile gracing her lips. But as her grip weakened, her hand slipped away, surrendering to the pull of gravity. I collapsed once more, pressing my head against her scorching shoulder, the flames from her burning clothes licking at my tear-soaked eyes. At that moment, the white-hot pain of loss eclipsed any physical pain I might have felt. The realization struck with cruel clarity. I hadn't succeeded in extinguishing the candle. I had failed once again, repeating the cycle for the 158th time. The weight of my failure bore down on me, crushing my soul into a cloud of fine dust to be carried away with the hellfire that consumed my surroundings. I didn't deserve the reprieve of holding my mother. I needed to escape from the desolation I had wrought. Crawling on hands stained with her blood, I retreated to the corner of the room. My arms hung limply at my sides, my body trembling with a mixture of guilt and revulsion. I didn't want to touch anything, especially not myself. I recoiled from my own skin, my hands, the instruments of her demise. I wanted to shed my skin as it pressed its decrepit form ever closer to my heart. "I killed my mom," I whispered, the words heavy with self-condemnation. I trembled uncontrollably, consumed by my otherworldly screams of anguish and sorrow that shattered the air. Suddenly, a voice pierced the chaos from behind me. "Hey," it yelled urgently, "we have to get out. There's a gas leak." A hand reached out and grabbed mine. As I turned to face the source, a jolt of recognition coursed through me. I was staring at myself, another version of me, yet somehow different, younger. At that moment, I realized with terror that I had become the embodiment of the nightmare. "Shabs." I screamed a primal cry of disgust and horror, forcing the other me to retreat in a frightened flurry. Days have passed since then. After the younger me fled, I was pulled back to our timeline. This timeline, for the final time. I hope my journey was enlightening, entertaining. I hope you won't stagnate as I did. And if you ever find yourself stagnant, placated, absent, and it's the why that keeps you down, then you should also ask yourself, why not? Your reasons just might be enough to move forward again. The Forgotten. I was a kid in the 1960s when the United American Empire rose from the ashes of democracy. I remember the neon-drenched streets, the towering arcologies that pierced the smog-choked sky, and the incessant drone of propaganda that seeped into every crevice of our lives. It was an age of technological wonders and dark secrets, where the government's iron grip tightened around society's throat, squeezing out every last gasp of dissent. In those days, urban legends spread like viruses through the underbelly of our crumbling civilization. But one story chilled me to the core, the tale of the Forgotten. They weren't just people who had been silenced or killed. They were erased, wiped from existence as if they had never drawn breath. Most dismissed it as paranoia, a fever dream born from the toxic mix of fear and oppression that permeated our lives. But I couldn't let it go. As a journalist, I'd seen the cracks in the Empire's facade, glimpsed the rotting core beneath the gleaming surface. The story of the forgotten gnawed at me, a splinter in my mind that I couldn't extract. My investigation led me to a small town in the Midwest, a place that time and progress seemed to have overlooked. On the surface, it was picturesque, all white picket fences and manicured lawns, but something was off. A wrongness that set my teeth on edge. The smiles of the residents were too wide, their eyes too vacant. It was as if someone had painted a Norman Rockwell scene over a Hieronymus Bosch hellscape. I started interviewing the townspeople, and that's when the true horror revealed itself. They spoke in rehearsed phrases, their words eerily similar, as if reading from an invisible script. When I pressed for details about their pasts, their eyes would glaze over, and they'd struggle to recall basic facts about their lives. It was as if their memories were fragmented, pieces of a jigsaw puzzle that no longer fit together. As I dug deeper, the town's facade began to crack. People started avoiding me, crossing the street when they saw me coming. The local authorities, with their perfectly pressed uniforms and dead eyes, warned me to leave, but I couldn't. I was too close to the truth. One night, the power cut out as I pored over my notes in my dingy motel room. The darkness that engulfed me was absolute, a void that seemed to swallow the sound itself. My breath caught in my throat as I felt an overwhelming presence surrounding me. My phone was dead. The door wouldn't budge, and panic clawed at my insides. That's when I heard them, whispers in the darkness. A cacophony of voices repeating my name in a soulless chant. Shadows moved around me, their forms barely visible in the gloom. I felt cold hands grasp at me, pulling me into the abyss. When I came to, I was standing in the town square, surrounded by a sea of blank faces. Their eyes were hollow, reflecting nothing but emptiness. One of them spoke, their voice a monotone that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You shouldn't have come here," they said. "You've seen too much." I tried to scream, to run, but my body wouldn't respond. It was as if I was being erased from the inside out, my very essence unraveling like a frayed thread. Memories slipped away like sand through an hourglass. My childhood, my family, my name. I fought to hold on to something, anything, but the darkness was overwhelming. As my identity crumbled, I saw the truth. These people, these empty shells, were the forgotten. They had been erased and reshaped into perfect citizens, their individuality stripped away to serve the Empire's dystopian vision. I awoke in a different town, my mind a shattered mirror reflecting fragments of who I used to be. The people here were friendly, their smiles achingly familiar, but beneath the veneer of normalcy, I could sense the wrongness, the hollow nausea that pervaded everything. Days blurred together as I struggled to piece together my past. Flashes of memory would surface, a face, a name, a feeling, only to slip away again. But one thing remained constant, the presence of the forgotten. I could feel them watching me, waiting for the moment when I would remember too much. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I hear the whispers again. They call to me, promising peace if I just let go, if I allow myself to be erased completely. But a part of me still clings to the truth, to the horror I uncovered. The government's secret remains safe, buried beneath layers of manipulation and enforced amnesia. But I know that one day, the forgotten will come for me again. And when they do, I fear that this time, there will be nothing left of me to resist. As I write these words, I can feel my grip on reality slipping. The edges of my vision blur, and the shadows in the corners of my room seem to move with purpose. I don't know how much longer I can hold on, how much longer I can remember. If you're reading this, beware. The Empire's reach is long, and its methods are insidious. Question everything, trust no one, and whatever you do, don't dig too deep. For in the heart of this dark empire, some truths are better left forgotten. Imagine going on a date with someone so obsessed with cleanliness, they make you shower the second you step inside their house. And that's before things take a really dark turn. Get cozy, as tonight we have many scary stories from the well. Like and subscribe, and let's begin. My Tinder date made me take a shower in front of her. There was no bio on Ruth's profile, only pictures, and within a handful of messages, she'd asked me over to her place. Straight out of the gate, that was 2 red flags, but she swore she wasn't a catfish, so I suggested we grab a cheeky pint first. That way, if a hairy biker dude turned up and made kissy faces at me, I could make a speedy getaway through the fire exit. Ruth looked like a Greek goddess in her thigh-high skirt and trench coat. She had these stunning onyx eyes and almost seemed to glow in the dinky little pub. Every time she tossed her hair, the other drinkers stole glances in the back bar mirror. She looked different from the photos, sure, but still leagues above me. I went for a hug, which she redirected into a firm handshake. Ruth wore thick winter gloves, even though the fireplace in the corner was roaring. As I caught a trace of her scent, fresh and lovely, a sensible voice at the back of my mind screamed, "What's the catch?" Surely any second now, she'd trick me into emptying my bank account. Crap, maybe she'd already swiped my credit card. I patted my pockets, wallet, phone, Pokemon keychain. Nope, all there. Already the marshal waving that 3rd red flag was a speck in the rearview mirror. The bartender took our orders. I asked for a pint of Guinness, whereas Ruth stuck with tap water. Then we eased into a conversation about our lives. When I started telling her about life in the IT game, she yawned sarcastically. Chuckling, I said, "Well, what do you do then?" "I'm between jobs." "Between what and what?" "Between surgeon and anything that doesn't involve bodily fluids." "Huh, I thought they might have warned you about those in medical school." "I didn't always have a problem with them. There was a traumatizing experience." She shuddered as if reliving a painful memory. "Anyway, let's talk about your sex life." Caught off guard, I spat a mouthful of Guinness all over the counter. An agitated Ruth grabbed a wet wipe from her pocket, cleared the mess, and then readjusted the placemats and ashtray so everything aligned perfectly. The ginger bartender side-eyed her, but said nothing. The beautiful brunette told me she had a bunch of kinks, and I'd be lying if I told you my heart didn't flutter a little. She asked whether I was ready for another drink. I was, although I took small, steady sips because I never could handle my alcohol. Any more than 4 pints usually resulted in me clinging onto the toilet bowl like a life raft. Finally, I just came out with what was nagging at me. "Ruth, don't take this the wrong way, but are you real? Like, what's the catch here? Am I gonna wake up tomorrow missing a kidney?" That made her chuckle. "I'll be honest, there is a catch. I'll tell you if you promise not to make fun of me." I crossed my heart. She leaned close, pushed her pouty lips right up against my ear, and said, "I'm a clean freak, like a major clean freak. If you come back to my place tonight, I need you to wash yourself the second we get there." As her gloved finger ran along my shirt collar, she fought the urge to retch. "Those clothes will need clean too. I've got a fresh pair you can borrow, and you must brush your teeth. Also, have you got an earwax remover with you? If not, you can borrow one from my emergency kit." I asked whether she was serious. "Deadly. I absolutely cannot stand filth. I need you spotless. Sound good?" A winning lottery ticket had blown into my hand. I finished my pint in one long gulp, wiped away my foam mustache, and said, "Sounds great." In the front seat of her Volvo, Ruth handed me a breath mint, probably because a trace of my aunt's famous cottage pie lingered on my breath. She drove west out of town, toward an ultra-modern house standing against the forest. The straight angles of the white building looked odd juxtaposed against the pine trees, and there was an angular barrier around back keeping the vermin at bay. The sterile stench of disinfectant stung my nostrils the second we stepped through the front door. Everything was meticulously organized, all straight lines and spotless, like something from an IKEA catalog. You could have performed open-heart surgery in any room. There wasn't a single piece of furniture not covered in plastic, and 2 stuffed kittens batting invisible strings stood guard on the downstairs landing. "Aren't they cute?" Ruth asked when she noticed me staring. It's like she occupied an alternative, shrink-wrapped universe. She made me kick off my shoes, then I followed her to the end of the hall. Standing in the middle of the bathroom, she watched as I stripped off. Her neutral expression stung. She grabbed my clothes into a zip-locked bag, which she held away from herself like radioactive waste, and then she provided clear instructions about which soap and shampoo I needed to use. I bit down on the temptation to tell her I'd been washing myself for years. Sarcasm is probably what kept me single for so long, and stepped into the shower. Ruth left a white linen shirt and a pair of jeans folded neatly over the towel rack. The earwax remover on the edge of the sink operated like something out of Star Trek. I figured out the settings eventually, though. In the lounge, she handed me a shot of something fruity and sour. We clinked glasses and drank. The liquid burned on the way down. I went to sit on the sofa, but the plastic made it slicker than a water slide. I fell to the ground, and before I could pick myself up, my head got heavy and the air became stale. What happened next is a blur. 1 minute the ground was shifting beneath my feet. Next, I'm flat on my back. My legs were stuck. Alcohol was sloshing around the pit of my stomach, and breathing was borderline impossible. I made myself look down. A surprisingly difficult process. Past the end of the bed, Ruth rose into view, a mean-spirited grin on her face. She was encasing my legs with shrink wrap like an Egyptian mummy, gradually working her way north. I opened my mouth. No words came out. "Shh, this won't take long," she said. She swung her leg over my midsection, straddling me. Then she leaned forward and pushed her lips against my ear. "Don't worry, I'm gonna take care of you. You look so handsome, all lovely and spotless. I'm just making sure you stay that way, forever." Her tongue probed the inside of my ear, and then she went to fetch medical equipment from the corner of the room. My brain couldn't piece the mess together, but I knew I needed to get out of there. Fast. I tried flexing my leg muscles, but lacked the strength. Ruth's arms clamped tight around my ankles. "Stop, you're messing everything up." With all the energy I could summon, I thrashed from side to side till I fell off the bed. The wooden floor hit worse than concrete. I opened my mouth to groan, but instead a great flood of vomit shot out, as if launched by a supercharged sprinkler. Chunks of cottage pie flew in every direction. A fountain of half-digested beef mince, onions, carrots, and garlic. Ruth rushed over to restrain me, but I rolled away, and as I did, her shoes skidded through the rancid contents of my stomach, and she fell. The germaphobe popped right back up. She looked at her palms, then the wet patches all down her back, and then her throat made this strangled sound like a cat hacking up a fur ball. She grabbed a set of wet wipes and started scrubbing herself clean, furiously. Sensing an opportunity to escape, I crawled away like a worm, leaving behind a snail trail of barf. "Get back here," Ruth screamed. She physically couldn't stop scrubbing her hands long enough to come after me. I crawled down the hall, around a bend. At one point I needed to use the crown of my head to force a door open. The entire time I was coughing and trying to keep that morning's breakfast from creeping up in my throat. Soon, I was conscious enough to realize my left arm was free, whereas the right was pinned against my torso. To my left was the kitchen. Maybe there was a sharp object there I could cut the shrink wrap with. I fumbled towards a central island, crawled up the side, and pulled on a drawer. Cutlery fell all around me with a series of metal clangs, followed by the drawer. My free hand dug through the pile for a knife, finding only spoons. Finally, I grabbed a fork and stabbed at the wrap until my other arm came free. I was like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Footsteps came shuffling toward the kitchen. Freeing my legs would take way too long. They still only had a few inches of wiggle room. I would be at Ruth's mercy. Just then, something rancid slid up my throat, so I opened my mouth and spat a fat, sticky oyster of what had once been scrambled eggs and bacon, but now looked like an alien life form, into my palm. The beautiful psycho burst through the door. In her hand was a syringe. She launched herself on top of me. My left hand caught her forearm at the last possible second, while the right smeared my biological weapon across her face. As the vomit omelet dripped from her cheek in fat glops, she released the needle and went into furious convulsions. Quickly, I rolled on top of her, grabbed the fallen drawer, and bashed her across the side of the skull. I did this until her eyes rolled back. Then I crawled away on my elbows. In the hall, there was a phone on top of the side table. I punched in 999. The operator couldn't understand me, but sent a squad car anyway. I remember telling myself to stay awake in case my kidnapper recovered, but here my memory jump cuts to a circle of emergency responders staring down at me. The officers had a hard time believing my story. A concussed Ruth said I went crazy and attacked her. On the way to the station, they took us to the hospital to patch up our cuts and bruises. Everybody seemed to believe I was the aggressor until the police searched the area surrounding the house. In the forest, they spotted a pack of rats scurrying around some bushes, and beneath it, there was a body, partially buried, badly decomposed, and wrapped in plastic. A post-mortem confirmed it was the corpse of a local man who disappeared 6 months earlier. I'd seen his mother crying on TV. There were holes in the crotch and left arm of his shrink-wrap prison, where they believed a catheter and IV drip had been inserted so Ruth could keep the poor guy alive, but in a state which prevented him from contaminating her perfect house. Ruth is denying any wrongdoing. Hopefully, the prosecutors get their act together soon, although I'm told it could take a year before sentencing, wheels of justice and all that. I'm still on the road to recovery, mentally speaking, but I'm ready to start looking for love again, except this time, I'll be careful not to ignore any red flags. Have you seen that creepy TikTok trend where people hide in their homes and pop out to scare their loved ones? Well, my wife took it way too far, and now I'm not sure what's scarier, the trend itself or her reaction to it. My wife is participating in a viral TikTok trend. She's taking it too far. Oh, that's so creepy, my wife Anna shouted. I know, right? One of my coworkers sent it to me, Lori said, her attention stuck to the screen. They locked eyes, malicious smirks inching across their faces. Want to try it? Definitely, Lori replied as the sisters shifted their focus to me. I'm kind of scared to ask, but what are you trying exactly? Whenever those two got together, they were capable of some real mischief, and oftentimes it came at my expense. You'll see, Anna said, handing me her phone. I furrowed my brows as I sank into the couch. I hesitantly glanced down at the screen, unsure if this was part of the ruse. A TikTok video was playing on repeat. A woman was on screen, her long, brown hair partially obscuring her features from view. A wide smile was plastered across her face. That alone was creepy, but the way she was standing, it was off-putting. The video cut on several occasions, and each time it did, the woman was in a different spot in the house, hiding behind curtains, crouching under the table, standing on the stairs. All the while, that same manic grin never left her lips, not even once. The man filming was getting audibly more freaked out with every encounter. I kept waiting for some sort of punchline. I thought that eventually the woman would break the facade and return to her normal self, but she never did. The video ended with a close-up of the woman's bulging eyes as she lunged at the camera and a guttural shriek from the man filming. Once it was over, I hurriedly swiped off the video and breathed a sigh of relief. Whew, okay, I see what you're... I froze. It was only then that I noticed it. Anna and Lori were gone. They must have walked away at some point during the video. My heart dropped into my stomach. I really didn't like this trend, but I had a feeling that I was about to witness it firsthand. Anna, Lori, come on, you know I hate this kind of stuff, I shouted, tentatively entering the kitchen. My eyes immediately fell to a pair of feet sticking out from beneath the curtains. I pursed my lips, marching up to the window. I ripped the drapes aside to find Lori standing there, smiling up at me. Oh, I'm shaking. So scary, I huffed, crossing my arms. Lori held her pose for about 5 more seconds before she couldn't contain her giggles any longer. Haha, okay, you got me. I admit, that wasn't as funny as I thought it'd be. She grinned, covering her mouth. Believe me, I know. Let's go find your sister. Lori nodded, following behind me. Anna, I found Lori. Time to come out now. I received no response. Lori and I continued to scour my home, searching up and down for my wife. Once I reached the top step, I saw it. The door to our room was slightly ajar, leaving a thin, inviting sliver of darkness. I can't explain why, but something about it sent a shiver down my spine. It was as if Anna had wanted me to find her. The whole thing felt wrong. I took a deep breath, mustering all of my courage, and pushed open the door. I nearly screamed once I laid eyes on the scene that awaited me. Anna was standing in the middle of the room. The only light illuminating her features was that seeping in from behind me and the muffled rays trickling in through the curtains. The middle of the room, where my wife was lurking, was drenched in darkness. Anna stood there, still as a statue, her jet black hair partially obscuring her eyes. Even through the shadows, I could see a nauseatingly wide smile stuck to her lips. My heart jackhammered against my chest, and beads of sweat began to form atop my brow. For the first time in our 12 years of marriage, I was terrified of my wife. I flipped on the light switch, careful not to take my eyes off her. Anna, I found you. You can stop now. She completely ignored me. I only knew that she was still breathing by the slight rise and fall of her chest. The silence was deafening. Any luck finding her yet? Lori asked, snatching me from my stupor as she reached the top step. Yeah, I did, I replied, weakly pointing to Anna's motionless form. Lori marched right up to her like it was nothing. Okay, Anna, fun's over. You're about to give your hubby a heart attack. My wife didn't respond. Lori tried waving her hand in front of Anna's face, to no avail. She didn't so much as blink. All right, Anna, time to give it up. You're starting to freak everyone out, Lori said, clasping her sister by the shoulders and lightly shaking her. Anna slowly turned toward Lori, and their eyes locked. Lori gulped before taking a step back. Blood pounded in my ears. There was nothing behind those hazel irises. I didn't even recognize them anymore. Lori backed away, never breaking eye contact until she was standing directly beside me. Tim, let's go downstairs. Regroup, okay? She murmured. The panic in her voice made my blood run cold. That works for me, I mumbled back. It felt as if we had to speak at a lower volume, like talking above a whisper would cause Anna to break. We crept out of the room, closing the door as we went. We'll be downstairs, Anna. It would be nice of you to join us whenever you're ready to give up on this dumb trend. Anna didn't acknowledge her. Once we made it downstairs, I took a deep breath. Lori sat on the couch, leaning forward and clutching her phone with a vice grip. What should we do, Tim? This was just supposed to be some stupid gag. Anna's always taken these things a bit too seriously, but this, I've never seen anything like it. She's really scaring me. I don't know. I've never seen her like this before either. Do you think we might be overreacting? I mean, maybe she really is just taking this a bit too far. Even I didn't believe that, but it was the only plausible explanation I could come up with. Yeah, that has to be it. Surely she'll snap out of it at some point, right? She has to. It wouldn't. The words caught in my throat. I caught Anna peeking around the corner, half of her face hidden from view. Her expression was the exact same as it had been when we left her upstairs. Lori traced my gaze until she realized who I was looking at. She instinctively backed away upon making eye contact with her sister. Tim, how long has she been standing there? Lori squeaked, shrinking into the sofa. I have no idea. We didn't even hear her walk down the stairs. The three of us sat there in silence. The tension was so thick that even a knife wouldn't cut through it. I could feel myself beginning to shake. Tim, I really hate to do this to you, Lori began, turning towards me. But I can't take this anymore. It's too much. I'm going home. Call me if there's anything I can do. And please, try to get Anna some help, if you can, she uttered, grabbing her purse. I could feel the color drain from my face. Lori, please, don't leave me alone with her. I don't know how to handle this. I'm sorry. I feel bad. Believe me, I do. But it's getting late, and my kids have school tomorrow. I shouldn't have even stayed for this long. I nodded, my bottom lip beginning to quiver. All I could muster was a weak, okay. Lori beelined for the door, straight past her immobile sister. Anna didn't even twitch. Instead, she opted to remain watching me the entire time. Once the door slammed shut, the pit in my stomach grew even deeper. I was at a loss for words. My wife and I stood there in a sickening staring match, neither of us blinking. The smile on her face never wavered. In fact, once that door shut, I could have sworn that I saw it stretch just a little bit wider. I don't know if it was the stress or the fear or Lori's sudden betrayal, but something in me snapped. This was silly. Anna was obviously still running with that stupid TikTok challenge, and I was feeding into it. Hook, line, and sinker. I started to get angry. All right, Anna, stand there for as long as you want. I don't care. When you're ready to talk about this like adults, I'll be finishing up some work on my laptop. She didn't respond. My wife just kept staring at me with that same Cheshire grin plastered to her lips. Fine by me. I was done buying into whatever she was playing at. I sank down into my armchair and picked up my laptop, careful to keep Anna in my peripheral vision. Something deep down told me that I needed to keep her in my line of sight. I opened my laptop, trying to distract myself from Anna's strange behavior by doing some research for an article I was writing, but I just couldn't seem to get it together. It's almost impossible to focus on a task when you can feel someone looking at you. I sighed. 30 minutes later, and I hadn't digested a single word of anything I'd read. This was going nowhere. I was preparing to try to communicate with my stock-still wife again when I heard it. Something near the doorway skittered across the floor. I slowly glanced up to where Anna had been standing for nearly an hour. She was gone. I strained my ears, listening for anything that might clue me in as to where she went. The only sounds that I heard were my own labored breathing and the rapid pounding of my heart. My fingers quivered. I didn't know if I had the strength to do it, but I had to know. With trembling hands, I closed the lid on my laptop, just enough to see over it. I nearly screamed as it clattered to the floor. I scrambled out of my seat and backed up until I was pressed against the wall. Anna was on all fours, frozen mid-stride. She smiled up at me, again staying still as a statue after I'd noticed her. Something instantly caught my attention. Her eyes. I'd never seen anything like them before. They were hungry, predatory, and I was their target. I failed to calm myself down as I slunk around the perimeter of the living room, careful not to break eye contact. Once I reached the stairs, I bolted up them, taking 3 at a time till I reached the top landing. I burst into our room, slammed the door shut, and made sure that it was locked. I was safe, or so I thought. What the hell is going on? This is insane, I said out loud, patting my pockets to try and find my phone. A sickening realization crashed over me like a tidal wave. I'd left it on the coffee table when I was working on my laptop. We didn't have a landline either. I was trapped. I began to hyperventilate and pace around the room. What was I supposed to do? My car keys were in the bowl downstairs, so even if I was able to climb out of the window, I'd have to go back inside to get them. Running to a neighbor's house was out of the question. We lived on a secluded road, and we didn't even know the nearest people to us. In the end, I concluded that I had no other option but to try to sleep it off and hope that my wife was back to normal in the morning. I slipped into a t-shirt and gym shorts before lying in my bed. I knew that I probably wasn't going to get a wink of sleep, but I had to give it a shot. It was the only thing I could do. I turned the lamp off, and the room was bathed in darkness, aside from the faint yellow glow trickling in from underneath the door. Right before I closed my eyes, I noticed something that ensured I was wide awake. I could barely make out someone's feet blocking the light. I shuddered. How long had she been standing there? I didn't want to know the answer. I suddenly heard the doorknob begin to jiggle. My heart raced like a piston, and I could feel all the blood rush from my face. How could I have forgotten? I keep a spare key stashed on top of the door frame for emergencies. This was it. I was cornered. The door slowly creaked open. I could see the glimmer of Anna's stark white teeth through the opening. Her eyes were bloodshot, and rightfully so. I hadn't seen her blink once. I couldn't move a muscle. I was paralyzed with fear, waiting for my wife to scamper across the floor and do God knows what to me. But she never did. I don't know how long we spent staring at each other. It must have been hours. In that entire time, her mouth didn't so much as twitch. That twisted smile remained stuck to her lips, like she was a figure in a painting. I don't know how, but eventually I must have nodded off, because when I opened my eyes again, Anna was gone. The house was pitch black, save for the moonlight shining through the downstairs windows. I could feel it. I could feel her, like a presence looming over me. Every synapse in my brain screamed at me to stay where I was, to wait it out and pray that nothing would happen. But I couldn't. I steeled my resolve, ready to fight if need be. I flipped onto my back, fully expecting to find my wife hovering over me with some sort of weapon in hand, but she wasn't there. My eyes grew wide. I hurriedly scanned the room. I didn't find her. This was my chance. I crept to the door, stifling my breathing as much as possible. The house was eerily silent. Once I made it to the stairs, I peered down them, squinting to see in the dark. The coast was clear. I tiptoed down each step, avoiding the creaky ones to the best of my ability. I felt nauseous. I could feel eyes on the back of my neck wherever I went, like I was a lamb being led to the slaughter in the supposed safety of my own home. Once I reached the bottom, I peeked around the corner to the living room. I immediately noticed something strange. The back door was hanging wide open, and the porch light was on. I drifted over to it like a moth to a flame, picking up my phone along the way. Nothing could have prepared me for what I saw when I looked outside. Anna was sitting on her haunches, crouched over something in the yard. Her long hair prevented me from seeing what she was doing. All of the sudden, as if on instinct, she snapped her head toward me with sickening speed. When our eyes locked, I felt like I was going to pass out. My wife was holding the carcass of a dead rat. She had devoured a large chunk of it, entrails, bones, and blood oozing from the rear end. But that wasn't the worst part somehow. Even while ravaging a dead animal, Anna was still smiling. My fight or flight response kicked itself into overdrive. I slammed the back door shut and raced through the kitchen as fast as my legs would carry me, snatching my keys on the way. I shot out the door at lightning speed, not bothering to close it behind me. I leapt into the driver's seat of my Chevy and I stepped on the gas. As my truck kicked up dust, I happened to glance in the rearview mirror. I released a horrified shriek at what I saw. Anna was standing under the garage light. She watched me leave, that wide, bloody smile still plastered across her face. I don't know where I'm going. I doubt the cops will be of any help. I don't think Anna has technically done anything illegal, so their hands would probably be tied. I just had to get out of that house. I've parked at a truck stop for now until I can get my thoughts together. Even though I've made my escape, I'm still downright horrified, but not for the reasons you might think. I can't explain it, but ever since I left, I haven't been able to stop smiling. Ever find an old message from a friend that sends chills down your spine? I did, and it unearthed a twisted story about a missing friend, a gruesome murder, and a blog that reads like a confession. I found the old blog of a childhood friend who went missing in 2009. Jim was an aspiring writer. He often told me that every great storyteller opens with a setup and closes with a punchline. Well, I'm not a writer, so don't expect big things from me. I'm going to tell this tale as simply as possible. I read Jim's blog. It frightened me. 3 posts from a best friend who went missing 15 years ago. I found them yesterday. It was the anniversary of his disappearance, which seemed like the perfect day on which to nostalgically peruse our old conversations. He used to send me flurries of memes and hyperlinks. I didn't always read every message, and somehow I managed to overlook something essential from 2009. A link lost within Jim's final manic influx of messages, his private blog. Entry 1, July 6th, 2009. I just saw my next door neighbor kill his wife. That shouldn't excite me, should it? But it does, and I'll tell you why. Miss Benson frequently says that I'm a talented writer, but what use is a bright spark never seen? I need to make a mark on this fast-moving, forgetful world, and writers are remembered for stories, not words. Now, I'm only 17 years old. I haven't lived, so I haven't had stories to tell, but I've written prolifically, written until my eyes and hands have hurt. I know how to write. I just haven't known what to write. Until today. This blog may well be my magnum opus, my finest piece of literature. Don't care for my pretension. I don't care for your dismissal. You'll soon see what I see. This tale is a masterpiece, not for its prose, but its story. I finally have a story. I would like to preface the tale by clarifying that I wasn't snooping. I happened upon this bold scene, that's all. I'm not interested in the slightest about the lives of Mr. and Mrs. Ackhurst. Well, I wasn't interested. That changed 4 hours ago. Isn't it strange that the slightest happening can fundamentally alter the trajectory of human history? If Gareth weren't so bad at GTA, maybe I wouldn't have rage quit. Maybe I wouldn't have left my room to prepare a pre-midnight feast in the kitchen. And maybe I wouldn't have looked out of the window. I wouldn't have seen Mr. Ackhurst standing in the upstairs bathroom, smiling as he feverishly fed the shower head into his wife's throat. With a spare hand, he spun the tap, increasing the water flow, rapidly pumping his wife full of liquid like a flesh balloon. I am ashamed to confess that I didn't save the woman. I could have done so at any moment, but I didn't. Fear may have driven me into cowardice, perhaps, may have frozen me. By the time I woke from that terrible trance, it was all over. Mr. Ackhurst sighed, unburdening himself of the tense knot in his stomach before basking in his awful triumph. The imposing man reeled in the shower hose, removing the blood-stained shower head from his wife's throat. He cradled her body, eyeing her discolored skin and swollen, lifeless eyes. Then the spent man dragged her ragdoll form out of the room. It would have been responsible to immediately call the police. I wasn't frozen, after all. I could have moved. I could have picked up my phone and dialed 911. But if I'd done that, my story would have ended there. Mr. Ackhurst's story would have ended there, and I never would have become a writer. Not in the truest sense of the word. Not in any way that would cement my legacy, which is the only thing that matters at the end of the day. I did not alert the authorities, and I won't until I visited the house. I felt a little sick after reading that initial post. I thought back to 2009, remembering the unfortunate passing of Mrs. Ackhurst, remembering the ambulance that arrived in the night, stirring everybody in the neighborhood. But I wasn't aware of Jim's involvement in the night's horrible events, and I've barely begun to tell you about all of the awfulness that happened. The first unsettling thing worth mentioning is that the ambulance arrived on July 8th, but Jim's initial post was on July 6th. I'm reading the old conversation with my friend as I speak. July 8th. That was when we messaged each other about the ruckus on our street. Mrs. Ackhurst was definitely found on that date, which means Jim knew of her murder 2 days before anyone else. And there was more horror to come, horror that he never thought to tell me in person. He never even asked whether I read the private blog. After reading the other posts, I'm glad he didn't. Entry to July 7th, 2009. It is 3 a.m, 4 hours after I first locked eyes with the maniacal man in the window across the road. Feels as if it has been an age since I uploaded the last post. I keep thinking about Gareth. Are you reading this, friend? How long has passed? You're sleeping soundly in your bed right now, no doubt. Possibly ignoring my messages, as usual. You're only a 5-minute walk away from this nightmare. 5 minutes. Sneaking out of the house without detection was no impressive feat. Not really. I didn't even bother to cover my tracks. Mom and Dad are absent even when they're home. I know my friends pity me, pity my loveless makers, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I would have never forgiven those monsters if they'd stopped me from crossing the road, entering the Ackhurst house, allowing my greatest story to unfold. As I approached the Ackhurst residence, I noticed that there were no lights in the property. My heart raced a little as I considered the possibility that Mr. Ackhurst had spotted me peeping, but I stilled myself. I knew that Mr. Ackhurst hadn't looked over at the property, hadn't seen me watching from the kitchen. I decided that he must have turned off the lights to clean up without detection. He possibly realized that he'd been foolish for not drawing the curtains, not turning off the lights in the first place. Perhaps he'd struck his wife in a fit of passion, hadn't taken the time to properly plan his kill. Alternatively, I considered that he may have been sleeping soundly. He may have felt absolutely nothing about what he's done, may have been sleeping like a baby. I sailed around the edge of the property, moving on nimble feet with a gleeful grin on my face, gleefully anticipating my moment of heroism. I should clarify, There was nothing about the night's events to be celebrated. I was simply dreaming sweet dreams of capturing Mr. Ackhurst, becoming known as the courageous young man who'd brought a killer to justice, a vigilante with not only a story to tell, but the capacity to tell it well. I was relieved to find that the side door already had a shattered window. There was no need to find a stealthy route of entry, no need to worry about being detected. I slid the door open, towed a heavy rock off the mat, and entered the lightless home. Fear gripped me as I caught about the well. I heard panicked movement upstairs, creaking floorboards, and a muffled voice. The patter of frantic footsteps traveled along the upstairs corridor, and then came the descending thuds of stairs groaning under the weight of the homeowner. "Mr. Ackhurst," I called. "It's over." The monster and I met in the dark entryway of his home. He eyed me fearfully, wondering why he'd been disturbed, wondering why the intruder was a 17-year-old boy, no doubt. Youth was the greatest mask I had. We're verging on adulthood, Gareth. People will stop giving us leeway, sooner or later. "Jim?" the man cried. "What are you doing at my house?" I did not falter for a moment, couldn't afford to falter when faced with a man taller and stronger than me. I had to focus on the plan, had to beat him with the strength of my mind, not my body. I would walk out of that cursed graveyard with his decapitated head in my hands, if necessary. The upstairs tap was running. I remember that. It was the only sound in the lightless house. I'd caught the man off guard, and that was the only advantage I had. With every passing second, that advantage was slipping away. The sound of running water drowned the crime, a terrible truth with such awful weight that I prayed it would sink far from view. Though I could not resist, Gareth, could not resist telling you, such a legacy doesn't deserve to be buried. The man barreled forwards, and I held firm, rigidly sticking to the plan. Whatever my fate, I was determined to be remembered. I am no moron, of course. I did not enter the pitiful man's hovel without a weapon to wield. I pulled the stainless steel from my pocket as Mr. Ackhurst charged towards me, watery eyes emblazoned with something, a feeling I did not, or perhaps could not place, for his mind was a mystery to me. The emotion may have been fury, perhaps, a fearful fury. Those tears multiplied and cascaded when my blade punctured his abdomen. I barely even moved the blade. Mr. Ackhurst did a fine job of moving into it, and the lobby was so dark that the man had clearly not detected any glint of a steel edge, no foreboding sign of his impending doom. As his mouth opened, I twisted the knife, gutting him in a rushed attempt to prevent any retaliation. Repeated thrusts and turns of my blade quickly quelled any ideas he may have had. The man fought meekly, placing one hand on my neck in a meager attempt to muster a loose grip as the life quickly fleeted his body. And then the house was silent. I could have been more meticulous, could have chosen a better instrument, a better way to attack, but I survived. It was over. The story was strange, and not in a way that intrigued me. That was my first thought. I was terrified for a reason that seemed just out of grasp. But after an hour or so of repeatedly reading the second entry, I finally came to a conclusion. Jim, at the very least, wasn't telling the whole truth. And even after what I read in the final post, the whole truth is something I'm still trying to ascertain. I have more haunting questions than answers. Entry 3, July 8th, 2009. Hello, Gareth. You should know by now that I made this blog for you, only you. I hope that upon finishing my disturbing tale, you put it in the hands of those who might know what to do with it. Someday, I really do pray you read it. I'm sure you will. Today I finally alerted the authorities, a moment that should have been exhilarating, ruined by a terrifying development. It's currently 1 a.m, and I'm packing my bags. I must leave. It isn't safe for me here. You see, I failed. I didn't cover my tracks. I didn't eliminate the threat. I was a little off at school yesterday. You noticed that? You may be awful at responding to messages, but you're a good friend, Gareth. A very good friend. I've always known that. And it's why I'll never forget you. I do wish I could stay. Wish I could explain everything. But he's here. That's my fault. I was incredibly sloppy, and my heroic antics may have all been for naught. The man's brother visited. I came home from school, preparing to finally alert the police and tell them my brave story. But then I saw it, the car on the driveway, a blue Porsche that I didn't recognize. I immediately panicked, of course, because I hadn't finished the cleanup, and the scene in the white teenage shots in the house didn't exactly look paint me in a favorable light. I rushed across the road, had to be quick, had to tidy up my mess before Mom and Dad came home. I beelined towards the side door, which was still a broken mess, swinging in the breeze. And there was a wailing voice emanating from the main hallway. I know. Why did I leave the body there in the early hours of yesterday morning? Well, I was interrupted. Don't think less of me for my stupidity, Gareth. Please, I was meticulous in every other regard. The Ackhursts didn't have friends or visitors. I thought it'd be safe to leave them there until the following evening. It was a foolish decision, but that doesn't make me a foolish man. I realized, upon entering the home, that I had very few options. Few reasonable options, I mean. What could I have done? Killed Mr. Ackhurst's brother, too. He was an innocent man. That wouldn't have painted me in a heroic light, and I accepted that as his eyes met mine. That was when I realized I had to run. I'm on the road as I type, Gareth, jotting down my final thoughts, the conclusion to my frustratingly brief tale. I had hoped for a satisfying conclusion, but life sought to rewrite my story. How rude of it. The authorities have been notified, but I won't be there to tell the tale in person. Still, a hero does not act for glory. A hero is altruistic. That is how legacies are formed, right? And my legacy, whatever it may be, shall be eternal. You may think very little of those 3 posts. Without any context, I suppose the only horror to be gleaned from Jim's writings would be the deaths of Mr. and Mrs. Ackhurst. But I think, even without context, that you likely feel what I feel. Something doesn't add up. You'd be right. Terror worked its way into my gut as I processed everything I'd read, comparing it with the events that I remembered from my childhood. The bodies of Jeffrey Ackhurst and Patricia Ackhurst were found in their home on July 8th, 2009. Town gossip, thanks to a few blabbermouth police officers, brought the finer details to light. Jeffrey's corpse was found in the entryway, as Jim had claimed. Patricia's corpse was found in the bathroom, also as he claimed. However, there is another piece of information worth noting. I thought it better for you to read Jim's 3 posts first. The police have always suspected Jeffrey's brother, Rudy Ackhurst, to be the killer of the couple. And what led them to this working explanation? Jeffrey's time of death was estimated to be an hour before Patricia's time of death. I kept thinking about that as I read Jim's disjointed account of events. Thought about how it didn't make sense that my friend would have been able to describe how Jeffrey felt whilst killing his wife. Thought more importantly about how it didn't make sense that Jim would have been able to see Mr. Ackhurst kill Mrs. Ackhurst. Jim was telling the truth in his second entry. He did kill Mr. Ackhurst. I have no doubt about that. But my friend couldn't have seen Patricia die in the upstairs bathroom because her husband was already dead. And if Jim weren't avenging the woman, why on earth did he savagely slaughter Jeffrey Ackhurst? I think I know. We all know, don't we? But I don't want to accept it. Just as I don't want to accept who really killed Patricia Ackhurst. For years, it was believed that Rudy Ackhurst had killed his brother and sister-in-law before kidnapping or murdering Jim Harlow for whatever reason, but it's clear that we've been believing a lie. I thought about the closing sentence in entry 3, the punchline, as my friend would call it, and my legacy, whatever it may be, shall be eternal. Jim was right. Given what he's done, he will be remembered. I gave this evidence to the police, and they've reopened the case. The town is alive with talk of the Ackhursts once more. I thought that telling the authorities would have put an end to this nightmare, other than the thoughts which plague my mind. But I saw something this morning, a figure watching me from a local bus stop. one who looked, to my eyes, like an older version of Jim Harlow. That could have been paranoia, but something terrifying confirmed it this evening. Something that prompted me to make this post. A handwritten note through my letterbox. It isn't kind to fib, Gareth. Shall I write your story? Dear friend, pen your closing chapter in a way that nobody will doubt. The more I think about my old childhood friend, the more I remember the oddities I overlooked for years, amplifying the quakes in my chest. I keep imagining awful scenarios. Jim slinking into my home, returning to silence me. And, given the man's creativity, I am haunted by the prospect of him fabricating a wonderful tale about my untimely end, one that would serve his legacy.